Our wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys! Toys, yeah! Toys, toys, toys! So many freaking toys! Toys, 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 toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys! No shelving space!
Our wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys! Toys, yeah! Toys, toys, toys! So many freaking toys! Toys, 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 toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys! No shelving space!
Our wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys! Toys, yeah! Toys, toys, toys! So many freaking toys! Toys, 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 toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys! No shelving space!
Our wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys! Toys, yeah! Toys, toys, toys! So many freaking toys! Toys, 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 toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys! No shelving space!
Our wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys! Toys, yeah! Toys, toys, toys! So many freaking toys! Toys, 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 toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys. No shelving space.
Our wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys! Toys, yeah! Toys, toys, toys! So many freaking toys! Toys, 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 toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys! No shelving space!
Well, hello everyone. Hello. It Techno. And is this a model update that I did? Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is. And okay, yeah, there we go. Okay. Yes. New model for the purposes of this stream. This is actually like a slight preview model from the standpoint of I was working on a new one anyway. I was working on this new model anyway, and then last night yesterday morning I was like just getting ready, like for thinking about stream stuff. And then of course, the invasive thought pops into my brain of, but what if I did a outfit? I want to do something for this stream, like in terms of art wise. I should do something about this. What am I going to do? And then you know how it goes. It turns into a case of, oh yeah, I should just do like some sort of cosplay like I did with Deathsaurus. And instead of Deathsaurus, yeah, I was like, well, no, let's just do Skybite instead. So yeah, I basically got home, and then my Friday night was just watching streams and plugging away at just building out all the armor onto the new base model that I built out. Yeah, like this model is not quite 100% ready to go. It's probably like 90-95% ready to go. I need to really the main stuff I need to do still is a few of the mouth animations I need to redo. I need to do some more expressions with the mouths and stuff. I've got like a bunch of them mapped out, but yeah, I need to make some more animated PNG stuff. Eyes do adjust a little bit too, like with regards to the mouse. Hold up, is the chat showing? Let me just see here. I'm not seeing chat showing up on the overlays. I thought I started up Mix It Up. Yeah, I did. Okay, why are my overlays not working? Hold up, I probably did something to bork that when I did this in the new view. Let's see. Let me just restart Mix It Up. I just restarted it, but let's just try starting it again. And then we'll see if chat works. Early stream stuff. But yeah, so I've got Omega Prime. He came in on Monday. I am very hyped to open him up. And before stream, I went and I dug out I have the RD 2001 versions of the toy as well. So I went and dug those out too. And once Mix It Up finishes, let's see. Any chance someone can like just type something in quickly? I just want to make sure to see whether or not this actually works. Yeah, I just want to see if, oh, RD 2000, okay. I don't know, I thought it aired in 2001 because wasn't there the 9/11 episode, or? Wasn't there the 9/11 episode or whatever there that was a, okay, yeah, I don't know why is Twitch chat not showing up? I don't know. I don't know why Twitch chat isn't showing up. I'm just trying to figure that out because I'm not, yeah, it's not, why is it not showing anything? Let me just do a quick test here. Let's just do a quick test. Of course we're getting scuffed because I am, of course it is, but I don't know why it's not showing, I don't know why it's not showing up showing up any of the stuff there. Let's just double check my overlays. Stream overlay, chat. I'm just checking the. Okay, where do I go to test the chat here in this again? Sorry, it's just, it's, I don't know why this isn't working. I don't know why chat's not showing up. It should be. So let me overlay widgets, chat. Let's just test this quickly. Let me just see if it's showing up on one of my other views. Oh, come on, really? Is Mixedup not connected to Twitch, or let me just check the options. Maybe it's not connected. Profile name, auto login, advanced. I don't know why it's not showing up here. Sorry about the scuff here. I'm just annoyed that it is that of course I am getting like mixed up issues here. Let's just see here. Yeah, I have not found problem. Yeah, this has been working just fine for a while. I'm just trying to find where the mixed up URL is for this. Hold up. Okay, how do I set up OBS in Mixup? I'm just checking. Yeah. Why do all the tutorials have to be videos? I don't want a video tutorial. I want a freaking. Okay, let's just see here. I'm just going into. Let's see, advanced services. Yeah, we're gonna try and fix this in real time. Let's see. Let's see if this works or not. Does someone want to just try testing, just saying something again? I just want to see if this is working even here. Yeah, does someone want to just quickly type something again? Because, yeah, I want to see if this is... Okay, that worked. Let's see. Maybe that's... Okay, so that's working. Maybe it's just a matter of the URL. Let me just fix this again. All right. Let me just try. Okay, so this should be working. Widgets, chat. Just test this quickly. Yeah, the widgets are not showing. That is weird. The widgets are just not working right now. I don't know why. I don't know what changed. Let's see. I don't know what changed here. It's just fairly standard. Yeah, like, geez. I am seeing, like, it's like I've got a web browser open right now, and I can see all of the stuff just working just fine there, but it is not working in OBS. So apologies. The chat is not going to be on screen here. Let me just I'm just seeing if I can find anything else here. Overlay not working. I'm just seeing no amount of thing here. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably something that is causing something to malfunction here. Some sort of like something's running that's causing it to malfunction, but I don't know what. So we're gonna have to do without, I guess. It sucks, but yeah, we're gonna have to do without those. It's annoying, but that's reality. I can still see chat though on my end, so that's not a big deal. It just means that chat is not going to turn up in the stream overlay, and that's annoying. It sucks. I don't know why it's not working. Like it should be working. The actual widget is working and everything like that. It's just that it is not coming through on Twitch for some reason. Because you know how it goes, but scuff. But anyway, yeah, we are going to be opening up Haslab Omega Prime. We're going to take a look at the original Omega Prime as well. I'll put on some music at least here for starts. As soon as I find that track. There's a very specific one I want to open and it should be very obvious which one I want to open with. Here we go. No, not this one here. No, not that one. Which one is it? Sorry, I will know it as soon as I see it. I'm just going through I just can't remember what the actual name of the song is. But you all know which one I'm going for. This is all Beast Wars stuff. Here we go. Yes, there we go. There we go. This is the one we wanted to open with because obviously, yes, we're doing car robot stuff. All right, so this will give me like another couple of minutes to just hunt for this screwdriver. If I can't find it, I have other screwdrivers I can use. I just wanted to use a specific screwdriver if I could. Yeah, this buys me a couple of minutes. But yeah, so we are going to just be, we're going to be doing Omega Prime. And we're going to be opening those guys. And let me just bring the actual box in here too. Let's see if I can get this in the light box. It should fit. It does fit, yes. Yes. There we go. Yeah, so there is the Haslab box right there. There is the giant Haslab box. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, there's the screwdriver. It's right behind my drink. All right. Anyway, so let's do this to this, shall we? We've got a box to open. I'm very hyped. We are also going to be doing any DIY repairs we need to do live. I have all the tools I need to do that. But yeah, it is a big box, as you can see here. It is filling up my whole light box area. Like I have my camera pulled out to extents I don't normally pull it out to. So we're going to get this open. Fun fact, I actually did get two of them. I already sold one of them though, so like I just I sold one of them this morning actually to local. Like I didn't really do a lot of money for it or anything like that. I'm just gonna let me move these two out of the way. Let me move these two out of the way so I can get this box in here a bit better. But yeah, I didn't get a lot of money for the second one that I sold, but I mean I got cost. It wasn't a loss or anything like that. I just did cost, keeping in mind what exchange rates were at the time that it came out and everything like that. I think I did a little bit of a premium, but it's like, yeah. You know what? Sometimes it's like you get the idea of I'm going to get an extra and I'm going to be able to flip it. And then when you actually get it in hand, it just turns into a case of, you know what? Maybe I would just... Oh yeah, we got another thing in here. We got a box and we got inside it, we got another box. Yeah, so this is pretty well packed. I don't know why I decided to start this in here. I don't know why I decided to start this in the light box when, like, let me just see if I can pull this out even further. My God, I am yeah, my camera is just JoJo posing right now, just to fit everything in. My camera is JoJo posing just to, because the box, this does fit in my light box. It's just a little bit big. So let's get this inner box open. Actually, you know what? I'm going to pull this whole thing out and I'll get the inner box out. And then, hold up, let's just do it this way. Yeah. All right, so let's get this open. And let's keep going. All right. I am cutting more tape. Let's get the... Okay, that's open. All right, there we go. There we go. I'm just going to pull the full Omega Prime box out of this thing. Like, this is a box that is pretty much just shaped for it, and they full on have corner guards on it and everything too. So the actual box inside should be pretty pristine. All right, I'm just pulling this out. And there we have it. There we have this big boy. There we have Haslab Omega Prime. And I'm just adjusting my camera to get everything in frame, but this is the full package. This is the big box at the center of the Chewy center. It is gorgeous. It looks really nice here just from a box art standpoint. Yeah, so we look around here. We got Ultra Magnus on this side of the box here. We got Ultra Magnus there. You know, it's calling him out on the bottom. I'll just do that next. We got Optimus Prime over here. We got RAD Optimus. We got Fire Convoy right there. It is. And then there's the back that is showing off like just all the play pattern features there, like just the Omega Prime, like Cerebros, showing him in the little seat, showing Blue Bolts, Optimus, Magnus. So they did package this in multiple tiers. So let's get this open. It should be just, yeah, it's just this little bit. Yeah, they've been doing this since Deathsaurus, and they do it with other Haslabs. But it is done in a way that you can see here that this is upside down. Let's flip this. Oh, and we got box art on the top too. We got this Omega Prime. Like they have Optimus and Magnus on the sides, and then Omega Prime is on the actual top. So, anyway, getting this open. Let's see. As I showed earlier, yeah, we've got all five. Like we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s for orders. Actually, goddamn, what is Cybertronian for 1? These are all Cybertronian numbers. Who thought this through? Who went? Let's use the like the fictitious font, because I'm not sure which one to open first. I'm not sure which one is number 1. I need to actually look up my cyberglyphs for a sec. Hold up. Oh my god, I never thought I would need to actually look up cyberglyphs to open up a toy. Let's see. Let's just look this up. What is... I'm just looking up the the font for Transformers. That is where we're at. I am straight up looking up a fictitious font because I don't know the actual numbers. Let's see. Let's look this up. Let's look up this fictitious numeric system as soon as my browser responds, because my browser's being dumb. Tap, tap, tap. Hurry up, hurry up. My browser is being very dumb right now. It is just taking its sweet time. Let's see. Transformers font. Let's see, Cybertronian text. Yeah, let's see. I guess we want this here. I'm just trying to see if I can find the actual numbers here. No, it's not that font. That's Beast Wars. What are the actual? That's the font for High Moon. Oh. Yeah, I'm struggling to find I'm struggling to find right now like the actual number fonts for this. I'm not sure which one's first, so we're gonna have to just figure this out. All right, that is not a problem I expected to have. All right. All right, I'm just gonna hold up. I'm just gonna do a quick screen cap here, and because I just want to show, I'm just gonna do a quick social post here. But let's see. Let's see. All right, so anyway, let's see here. Let's get this open. But yeah, all right, let me sit back down. Let me figure out which of these opens first. I'm gonna guess this one's probably the space bridge. It's probably one of these. Let's try this one first. Let's just pick a random one and let's just try it, shall we? If it's the wrong one, it's the wrong one. So this is the first box we've taken out. We'll open this up, and it is blue bolts and the space bridge parts. We're not going to do this yet. We're going to do this one later. We're going to start with, I'm going to put this one off to the side. We're going to start with an Optimus one. I bet Optimus is probably this one over here. Let's try this one. Let's see if I got the right one this time. And we did not. We got the wrong one again. Okay. All right. Yes, I am doing that live on stream, actually. I am full on going to do that right here, right now. I've got everything with me. I've got everything for me. Because, I figure it's a useful DIY thing to show. So it's going to be this one that we want. This is going to be Optimus, unless he's in that tiny little sliver box. But let me get this out of the way. Let's get this big box out of the way. Let's get this smaller box over here. And let's bring the camera back in. All right, so yes, this is going to be RED Optimus right here in this box. Yeah, and I'm going to bring the original toy up here too. The original toy in all its cracked tire glory. Because yeah, like these rubber tires did not last. This is the original right here. This is the original. I've had them in storage for a while. But yeah, this is what we're getting an update of. So let me just play with that there. And let's get this open. And yeah, we have Optimus this time. So we can see here, Optimus is just in here. We've got like his chromed antennae are just stored in this little bit over here. This is the antennae for the head. And then we have in here the actual fire truck. So let's pull this out. Let's put that there. There's also the little gun in the bottom of the box too. Yeah, this is going to be cool. So let's pull this out. And there we have Fire Convoy. Let's start. We got some separator bits here to pull out here. We got this guard piece here to make sure the head stays in place. We got all this tape. We probably just need to take all this off. Oh, I'll just cut all this. There we go. Okay, that's off. That's off. We got this whole front bit here. And there, that is Fire Convoy here, just in his. Yeah, we need to install the antennae there. But yeah, that is Fire Convoy right here in his fire truck mode right here. Yeah, let's just do a quick comparison. Quick comparison here. You can see here Fire Convoy. I actually don't know if I have Fire Convoy's gun on mine. That's a good question. I don't think I have it. Interesting. It's otherwise complete, but I've got everything but the gun, I guess. So yeah, so you can see here. Here's the original. Here's the original Hasbro one. The deco on this one is based more off the Takara one here. Thus, why he's got like the Japanese text with Cybertron. Yes, it is a fire truck sleep. Hello and welcome in. Yeah, we need to install the antennae there still. Pull out that paper. But yeah, you can see here, he's looking really good already. Like just underside. Underside, we got just this gorgeous bit there. We got some nice silver paint on the tip over here. Let's just do a quick comparison. These are going to probably transform fairly similarly. Like you can see already that there's, you can see I've got this mistransformed right here on mine, obviously. But I mean, like you can see there's a lot of, and you can see that, yeah, you got all the cracked rubber tires. This one does not have rubber tires. They did not want to replicate that feature of the original toy where the rubber tires all eventually degrade. It's an annoying feature. Like most of the tires are cracked on my fire convoy. Yeah, I guess it is a little bit wider. Well, not but yeah, it's just slightly bigger. But I mean, the original was pretty bit hefty too. Like we got like the C001 license plate, Cybertron 001. Like you can see the front of the truck is a little bit different too. I think it's because they're going more for the animation model in this design here. I'm not sure. I really like here, just as a note, that they have these sculpted, they got these sculpted seats under the windows here. Just looking here, you can see, here you just see like parts for the transformation, but here you can actually see that they did put some like sculpted fake front seats there in there. That's kind of cool. And then yeah, you can see through these windows, there's still all those parts, but yeah, like it's a slightly darker blue. Yeah, we got the ladder. Ladder's a little bit of a different design, as you can see. Yeah, we got the license plate on the back. We got the little seat on the new one here too. It does have Titan Master ports, and I think we all know why that's going to be. We will get into that later. So yeah, I'm going to put that guy over there. Yeah, we got the little gun here. There should be storage for the gun. I'm going to have to double check where that is. But yeah, so we got the gun and we've got the head antennae here. I'm just looking to see if these are the same pieces. It looks like they're identical parts, so installing them should just be really simple. Should just be a matter of, oh my god, this clicking. The solidity of this click. The solidity of that just nice strong click there. Oh my god. Anyway, let's see. It's just a matter of you just pop these on here. I like that they put the chrome parts in separately. So yeah, you just pop these in, and there, that's going to be the head. And we can bring the head all the way down like this in this mode here. We can bend it all the way down, so we can actually kind of hide the face fairly well. But yeah, like just, you can feel the rigidity of this. You can just see it just by how the whole back is shaking like as I'm moving this. This is very rigid here. We can bring out the little hoses here. The hoses are on ball joints. That's kind of cool. So we can bring the hoses out for the ladder. He also still has, as the original did, he does have the missiles in the ladder too. So we have like 4 missiles that'll all come out like this. Unlike the original, these missiles do not actually fire. I believe the missiles are still removable, but yeah, they don't actually fire. Like they just got rid of the missile gimmick. These ones are all spring-loaded missiles right here. Like I can just hit the spring load here, and that should be able to fire it off. Yeah, where's the spring? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the originals do fire. These ones do not, but they still kept the entire, and also this entire gimmick was spring-loaded as well too on the original. Like these guns are all spring-loaded here. They did get rid of the spring-loaded gimmick in favor of just, yeah, in favor of just doing that. So yeah, I'm gonna dig out the instructions for this guy because I don't want to, and the instructions are in another box. Because yeah, I just want to make sure I'm doing this right, and this is gonna be the other hell, and it's gonna be very clear why when I pull the instruction booklet out. Because here's the instruction booklet here for Omega Prime. Here's the instruction booklet. Oh, are they? Oh yeah, this is a softer plastic here for the sides. Yes, they are. That's a fair criticism. Yeah, so, yeah, so here's the instructions for Optimus. Yeah. Anyway, let's get this open. We got this really nice color artwork here. And you can see where we're going to have some issues because I am unfolding it here. This is not even the full unfurling. Like it still unfolds here. I don't know if I can even get the whole, that. Yeah, there we go. Like, that's how big this instruction sheet is that I have to work with here. Yeah, so I'm just, that being said, I'm complaining, and it looks like to get all the truck to robot steps, I just need to fold it up this much in order to get Omega Optimus over to his robot mode. So that's not so bad. That's not that bad, and I can also see where the weapon storage is. Weapon storage is just over here, and it just plugs in over here. There's just a little slot here, and this is just going to, looks like it just tabs in down here. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's a little slot there. That's going to line up with this here, and we are just going to bring this in and just should be able to tab it in like this. Yeah, so that tabs in there. Oh, cool. It gives them an extra wheel underneath for extra rolling. The wheels all do roll pretty well. There is no Cybertron written on the wheels like the originals. Yeah, you can see here that the originals like have like Cybertron like Fire Convoy written on them, and Cybertron. Yeah, so we do not have that, but we do have but yeah, they still roll pretty well. We got a slightly smaller faction symbol there, but yeah, no, he looks really nice here. I'm just gonna. Oh, and the ladder does extend too. Ladder does extend. I'm just looking because they put all the play features on the back here. Yeah, it's just showing all the parts here. You pull this out, you got all those bits. Okay, yeah, it's just showing, yeah, like assemble that, how to install that there. And then we got the little Titan Master. He's in another bin. But the Titan Master, actually, you know what? I'm gonna pull him out right now because from the other box because that'll show the play feature. Yes, booklet manuals, please. But yeah, so here's the other box here that the instructions were in. I'm going to get to this a bit later, but the big thing I want to take out is the little guy in the back here, the Titan Master, Cerebros. Because, yeah, this is Cerebros here. In the actual series for car robots, for Robots in Disguise, they did have a repaint of Fortress Maximus in line that was known as Brave Maximus. And Hasbro's made, a more recent Fortress Maximus, so they just took the mold for the Headmaster, and they went and repainted it in the RD 2001 colors to include as an extra. So we can see here, just look at all this tiny, tiny little detail here. Like they got the face painted and chest. Articulation on this guy is just a matter of his arms move like that. And then he's just got this one piece here for his legs. And then, you bring it around and you can see here that we have the Cerebros face right there on the back. And then this all combines over there. And, you got the head here. If we had a Brave Maximus toy, you would be able to put this on that. This actually kind of makes me want to hunt down like a knockoff of a Cerebros there just for the sake of having a body to put this on. But yeah, the reason I bring this out there is because they do actually have some storage for this guy on this mode. We have the little seat over here. I mentioned that there's the two little pegs in here. That is because we just slot this guy in, and then we can just put him like that. And there, now he is just sitting along the side. He is just like the, yeah, that's pretty cool there. We just got him sitting on there, operating the little ladder. Cool little dude, operating the ladder. I believe he also can go on this too. I just need to double check how that goes. Yeah, we got the hoses that come out here. It's showing that. Yeah, this whole bit can articulate as well. Maybe he doesn't go on the thing. I'm just seeing if he does. No, I think it's just a hose. But this ladder does extend. This ladder does extend. I'm just trying to... Oh, it just pulls out, it looks like. Yeah, there we go. So there we have a full fire truck ladder now. It's at its full length. Full fire truck length. It's pretty stable. You can tell that this thing is heavy. That's why this ratchet is as strong as it is, because this ratchet is supporting the entire length here of the fire truck. The original I think can pull out too, actually. Yeah, it can. Original does pull out as well. And it's also fairly strong ratchet. They feel like they're about the same weight, but yeah, yeah, it's pretty cool. So we can do that. Then we can, take the guns, flip them out, because you don't have a proper fire truck unless that fire truck has missile launchers just built right into its ladder. I mean, we all know that fire trucks are well known for their missile launchers, after all. So we got that there. Let's bring that back up. It's just going to click into place. Yeah, it's just a nice solid click when it goes in and out. So it's going to stay in place. It's not going to, like, even the original like still has a nice solid click there. It's nice. So we got all that there. I don't know how much else there is to show about the actual fire truck itself, so let's transform it. Let's transform this guy, I suppose. I think it's going to be fairly straightforward to do. I'm going to just show here the original just to compare. We're going to do this every step of the way. We're going to compare everything. So the original there, you have it's a standard Optimus Prime where you have the cab and the trailer. So we are going to detach the cab from the trailer. And you're going to watch me do this. Like, I never had instructions for this toy. This was a secondhand toy. So I don't know the actual intricate steps, but yeah, you can pop the trailer off there in such a glorious mess. Well, we will find out. The original has always been a good toy though. But yeah, you can see here that, yeah, again, we got like these tires that are just shedding like crazy because it is cracked rubber on pretty much all of these toys. Like, when I bought it, it had cracked rubber tires. That's probably why it was as it was. Like, I think it was like $20 or something. Like, I paid for like both of them like 15 years ago, like at a toy show. I forget, but it wasn't a lot. But yeah, it's just a matter. It's a pretty straightforward transformation though. You just open those up, get the feet down. Yeah, and we're coming to the inflection point, which is the part that I'm going to have to talk about in a sec, because yeah, this all opens up. Arms. Yeah, we're coming to the point where we're going to get to do some toy surgery very shortly. Like, the original has this nice chromed chest here. You can see there's a little bit of wear on mine. And then, yeah, then this all just pushes down into the body. Was there a trick to this on the original? I forget. I don't see a lock for the slider. I think it's just, yeah, like the head is on a slider here. Oh, there we go. The head was just blocking it a bit. Okay, but yeah, on the original, though, it's just a matter of you then take that, you bring the wheels around like this, bring these round. Like, the very straightforward transformation for this toy. Like, it's pretty bog standard, but yeah, and then you angle these up here, and that is how the original Fire Convoy toy transforms. This is what we are updating with this Haslab, for the first stage anyway. All right, so we got that over there. There is a base mode for that, and I will get into that in a sec. But first we're going to pop the cab off, and we are going to do some surgery. So let's check and see what's involved in doing that. Because there was a production issue with the entire run of Optimus Primes, a very unfortunate production issue with the entire run of Optimus Primes. And we're going to start here by just unclipping this. Yeah. Oh, and that's just a matter of, yeah, we just unclip that there. That's just going to come right out like this. And then we just unclip this one over here. There, we have the entire back detached now. I'm just going to put this back in here. These pegs came out. That's the clip there, okay. Yeah, it's just a standard clip. Why is this clip not going in? Let's see. Yeah, this is just, I don't know why this isn't clipping in. Weird. It should just, yeah, I'm just trying to put this back trailer bit off to the side, but, huh. Why is this part not clipping in? It's clipping in there, and then I have to bring this up here. Yeah, that there. Okay, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so here's the whole back of the fire truck here. We're going to put this off to the side. And now we have the front. This is the part that is going to form Optimus Prime. Oh no, there's another part that comes off too. Right. So we take all that, and then we need to pop off this back area over here too. And it just mentions just popping it out. I'm just trying to find where it plugs in. Okay, so this one, yeah, this bit it clips in the same way as on the original. Yeah, it's just a matter of we just. Oh, this is in there good. There we go. Okay, that's out. That's out. But yeah, we want to take these pieces off here too. Yeah, we want to get these unclipped. And there we have just, again, it's like the original here. We have this base cab, and this is going to form the same robot mode as this one here. You know, but just ideally like a little bit better. That's the whole point of these. Like this one's a nice ratchety, but you can tell here that it's like it's a bit weird holding poses with that one. So yeah, we got Optimus over here just in the cab mode. This is all going to be Optimus, and here we're going to start getting into the DIY surgery stuff. Because we need to actually, before we do anything with this, we need to take apart the chest, because there is a piece inside here that is just too big. It is just too big, and it is causing like actual like issues with this toy. So we need to get this all out here. I'm going to just inspect this area here on mine. Okay, it looks like my chest is pretty much pristine. There's been people who've had like just visible cracks on this part of the chest here. Because the issue is that this slider in here is apparently too thick, and that thickness is causing breakages like as soon as you transform it, and stress on the front bit here. So we are going to have to disassemble this entire chest area in order to actually go forward with this toy. Okay, I need to double check which screws I need to undo. Because we're going to do all this live. I've got some sandpaper. I have screwdrivers. We are going to just fix this thing right here, right now. I am just going to just duck back to my PC and consult a quick guide. Yeah. Hold up. Let me just take a quick screen cap. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Let's see. I just need to look up steps. I've seen a bunch of videos around. I'm just trying to find the I'm just trying to find the video here that shows which screws to pop out. Okay, so it's I think it's just those, is it just those side ones? I'm just making sure I know exactly which ones. Hold up, I'm just checking this. Okay, so it's those 4 screws. Okay, yes, I need to take out all those side screws there. All right, and then I can get at the inner chest. All right, oh, that's not hard. Okay, I see what we need to do. Okay, so coming back over, let's do this fix. Let's get this fix done to sweet. So, yes, Surgeon Techno, exactly. Yes, so we need to pop this backpack off here. We need to open this up. You split this backpack, and that'll let us get at the chest, and then we can check to see the fit on everything. And then this is going to be the tricky one. Let's see if I can get the arm out of the way to separate this. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so we're getting those out. I'm just trying to avoid. Let's see, do I have these unscrewed enough to be able to open this? Let's see. Yeah, I should just be able to separate this out. I think I need to go further on this screw. Let's see, let's do this lightly. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this comes off. So we're going to take that off over there. We're going to pop this out over here. And we are going to just slide this head off as well. We might not need to slide the head off. And then we're going to pop this back bit off here too. So there. Now we can get at the actual internals here. We need to get these bits apart so that we can split the chest, and then we can see how bad it is on the bottom. And am I going to need to? Yes, I am going to need to go and get my other screwdrivers because this one is too short. So bear with me. I've got another screwdriver that I can use for this. Tools. My other screwdrivers. There we go. All right. All right, other screwdrivers time. Other screwdrivers time. We got the screwdrivers. We'll travel. All right, so we got these ones here. I just need to get these two open. So I just need to find the right fit. And then we can do that. Might be this one, actually. Oh, there we go. These ones actually have really good torque. I really like these screwdrivers. Oh, yeah, that screw came out. And I hope it didn't fall into one of the little holes on this thing, because it's going to be a pain to get out if it did. All right, let's see. Where did I put that screwdriver? Okay. There we go. We got those screws out. Now we should be able to pop this piece out. I think it's just that we need to take this off. I don't think I need to do any more screws, but I will double check that. Maybe we do. Okay, I'm just gonna double check, see if I need to do any other screws. I think it's just the two. Let's just see. Oh, no, there's like 4 more screws I need to do. Okay. Yeah, there's 4 more screws I need to pop out of this guy. So let's do that. Yeah, we need to pop out these two. And we need to pop out these two over here. Yeah, we need to do these two as well. So with that said, let's get to it. This one is proving tricky. There we go. Yeah. Get that out of the way. I think we almost got this open. Yeah, we got those bottom ones out. We need to get these ones out. Ooh, it is hotter today. Okay, so now we should be able to split this waist open. Yeah, you can already see it coming apart there. Just careful, careful, ease it, ease it. I think I need to do these ones a little bit more. I've got at least one more screw. I think that's in too far still. Okay, maybe it's these middle ones that are not out all the way. Okay, that piece came out though. That's good. So we're gonna need that. Oh, it's staying on because of these bits here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we can get this off now. All right, let's get this out. So yeah, okay. So looking at this here, it looks like mine is pretty pristine. Looking at this, that's good. That's good. But I will illustrate the issue here. Actually, where is the other screw? Oh, there it is. There's the other screw I was missing. Good. All right, so I'll illustrate the problem here. The issue is with this piece here that this is just a little bit too thick on these guys. And the problem with that is that you can see here that like this should be able to slide in all the way here. It is in fact not. This piece here is slightly too wide. Yeah, it is slightly too wide to actually go in where it is supposed to go. And you can see that there, like I would have to force it to get it in there. And because of that puts undue stress on this entire piece here. So the solution that people have been taking is just taking some sandpaper and lightly filing down these sides until you get a fit. And that will alleviate all these problems. Yeah, Hasbro is still like the guy who I sold my extra one to, like, full on messaged me is like, yeah, do the surgery, because I full on mentioned to him that, yeah, you want to check this. Oh yeah, like this has been affecting like all of them. It's kind of insane. Like some of the, like you see those little tabs there on the inside of this. Sorry, those little tabs, like these little divots here. There was a number of people who were getting them where like those were like full on sheared off from like transforming the toy, like because what had happened was someone had probably forced it in the factory and then broken those bits. Yeah, so it is an absolutely glaring issue, and it's one of those things where I don't know how it happened. So I've got some 400 grade sandpaper here. So we are going to just lightly sand down these sides. Let's just, how do I want to do this? Yeah, we don't need to take off a lot, I don't think. All right. And we're just going to do that until this fits, essentially. It's still not quite, but it's better already. I'm probably not sanding it the best way to actually get some like proper force, but we are doing this. Yeah, you can see already it's just getting slowly better and better. It's making a marked improvement. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Do we have a fit yet? Not quite, but we're getting closer. But yeah, you can see here, in order to fit this in, you have to actually stress this entire piece right now, which is not good. That is not good. Oh, a nail filer, that would work too, yes. I wanted to get some fine sandpaper on this when I did it. Okay, let's try again. This just, yeah, I wanted to do this as part of the unboxing because I didn't think this would be very hard to do. Yeah, it's still not. Yeah, we are definitely getting better though. Hold up, I'm just gonna do it. Let me move these screwdrivers. Let me move this stuff. And let's see, I just want to see if I can get some proper force on this. Okay, let's do this one. Okay. Let's see if that was enough. We are slowly getting there. It's going in slightly better now, but it is definitely going in. It is definitely making a difference. All right, so again, let's just blow this. Okay. Yeah, we really shouldn't have to be doing this on like several $100 toys, but that is the world we live in. Yeah, I want to, yeah. Okay, let's see. It goes in, but I want to get it just a little bit looser. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that it won't be stressing it that much. Like this is 400 grade sandpaper, so. So it's very light, it's very light, very fine. Yeah, it's still not sliding. I've got some coarser sandpaper. I've got some 280 here. Let's use this. Let's use a little bit of this, and then I'll just touch it up with the fine stuff. Let's see. Yeah, it's not a very hard fix. Oh, we're almost there, I think. It's sliding a little better. We're almost there. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna pull this off camera, get better vantage on this for a sec. Yeah, we're getting better. We're getting closer and closer to me calling it as no longer having issues. I think we're almost there. It's definitely sliding a lot better now. I'm just gonna do a little bit more for good measure. Yeah, it should absolutely not be necessary to do this on a pricey toy, but seriously, like a big appreciation to everyone who figured out what the problem was and how to fix it. All right, so let's see. I think this should. I think we probably got it now. Oh yeah. This goes in a lot better now. I just want to make sure it slides. Just do a little bit more for good measure. We're almost there, though. Actually starting to mute my mic when I remember to, like when I bring it up for this. Oh, there we go. That's good. Beauty. Yeah, this is going to slide no problem now. Doesn't feel, yeah, I can just get this in. There's still a little bit of friction, as there should be, but it does not feel like this piece is causing this to warp. So I think we can call this fixed. So let's get everything back together. Let's reassemble everything, and then let's get back on with this. So yeah, again, thank you to everybody who figured out what the problem was and who did put up DIY videos on how to fix it. So yeah, so we need to get this on. I'm just trying to remember what order I need to do everything in. Yes, these need to go on here. Yeah, this goes, let's see. If these go together here, like that. And then this guy goes over top. Go, that goes in there. And this guy goes in over where? Over here, I think. All right, oh, I'm putting this on upside down, that's why. Yeah, no, this goes in this way. Duh. All right, so let's get this guy back together. I'm gonna swing this bit in under the arms. There we go. Oh, did I put this in the back wrong way, or let's see. Oh no, there we go. Yes, that guy goes back in like this. And now we can get the front back on. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's get this guy back in here. There we go. Like this, there, like this. Get this in. There we go. Wait, do I have the chest? Do I have this on the right way? I don't think I do. I think I need to bring it around this way. Just based on where the chest pieces were, panels were. Oh yeah, it's this way. Yes, I was doing that wrong. I thought so. Okay, so that all goes on like this. Now this actually slides. And now we can just start putting everything back together. Yep. So let's do that. And it looks like there's one screw that went off somewhere. I need to go find that. Oh, there it is. So let's get everything back together. But yeah, just loosening the screws will not really be enough to alleviate this the way that this works, because again, the problem is that it's stressing on the sides of a part. So keep that in mind. Oh yeah. Like I think I will say the guides for how to fix this were all pretty good in the sense of just like, just if you can slide it comfortably and it doesn't feel like it's stressing anything, because you still want some force. You still want a little bit of force. But you just don't want it stressing enough such that it will, it sucks that this is a DIY thing in the first place. But the important thing is that I had no internal damage, which means that I'm not really going to have any issues. Oh, that wasn't in all the way. There we go. Yeah, no internal damage is good. That means that I don't need to go and go, oh, hey, Hasbro, I need a replacement or whatever there. So let's get this back together. I might not be able to tighten these bottom ones all the way. Nope, I'm going to need my other screwdriver. But all the other 4 I can finish tightening. And then we can transform this guy once we get everything back together. That's on. That one's in. This one's also in. I'm going to just try and avoid over tightening if I can. Yeah, I don't need this. There we go. Okay. This is all pretty solidly in now. There, you can see everything's back together there. So now we just need to put the head back on, and we need to, so slide the head back on, and then slide these other parts back on. So head goes there. This guy came in over here. Yeah, got this. Yeah, this guy was over here, right? So, okay, so head goes on that rail. And then we have this guy here that goes in over, which way was this guy going in? Because this guy needs to slide on as well. I'm just trying to remember how. This guy's on a rail too, but let me just double check. Let's see if I can find a picture because I need to double check I put that up that I put that back on the right way. Where did I put the booklet? Where did I put the instructions while I was doing all this? Oh, they're on my desk. All right, let me just check this video again and just see if that'll show me which way that piece goes. Okay. I'm just checking this video here and just seeing if I can. Okay, I think I see how this goes. Let me just double check this. Yeah, this is on the wrong way. I'm just gonna walk over and just confirm this on another screen, and then I am going to just come back once it's on the right way. Yeah, that little lip goes there. There we go. Okay, yeah, it goes this way. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. All right, so now I just need to close it back up. Yeah, so that's done. We just need to take this one back here. Close this guy back up. There we go. Close everything back, get all that back together. Then just close these screws back up, and then it's fixed. And then I'll take a drink. I didn't even think to take a picture of the inside, but I will mention that mine was pretty pristine. Right there, that's that. This one's in. This one is also in. All right, everything's together there. Good, good. Okay, we got everything back together. Everything, you know what, I'm going to loosen this one a little bit. There we go. Yeah, so we got everything in now. So yeah, we can keep going. Yeah, this is Optimus Prime, or Fire Convoy as he's known in the Japanese version of the series. But yeah, let's keep transforming because it's going to be pretty much the same as the other one. So yes, we get this open like this. We get this down here. We pop the gun. We bring this down like this. What else? Yeah, these are going to fold out again. Fold out, tab in, and these fold around. And then we need to fold the feet out from the bottom here. Again, this is pretty much just how the original transforms. Like, there's no real, it's not really doing anything groundbreaking in terms of how it is. Like, the original was a good toy. The original was a very good toy. But yeah, now we can bring these around here. You did see though that the head, of course, is no longer on the slider itself. But yeah, now we should be able to just bring the slider down. There. Yeah, so now the slider comes down, and we can bring it back up. Yeah. And then bring it down like this. Bring the head back down, that clips in. And yeah, what else? Yeah, we need to lock these guys in over here. Do those actually lock or do they just slide? I think they, oh no, they don't actually lock. Interesting. I figured they did. Yeah, maybe not. All right, but anyway, yeah, these, oh, this guy's not in all the way. There we go. Yeah, okay, so these come in like that. Those going over there like that there. And then, yeah, we need to do the hand transformation now. So these still slide down like on the original. These guys still slide down. Like, I could be consulting the instructions in this honestly, but it's fairly straightforward so far. Yeah, these do fold down. They come down. It does click when you get down enough, and then we just rotate the wrists out. And yeah, adjust the feet. And there, once we do this, there, now we have Fire Convoy in his robot mode. This is the new version of Fire Convoy, like R80 Optimus Prime. So yeah, this is his new toy. Hold up, actually, do these rotate around too, okay. Oh, these come up here, cool. Oh, cool. Ah, so those come up there as well, that's neat. Yeah, so that's the transformation. You can see here it's mostly the same with a few new tricks here and there. Yeah. Let's take a look at these two next to each other. I mean, you can see they still kept the chromed eyes. Like, we got those golden chromed eyes here, and we got these same golden chromed eyes over here. It's just inset chrome, so that's not really going to scratch or anything like that. But yeah, we can see here that there's definitely a big size difference between these two. They're both ratcheted, which is good. They're both ratcheted toys. Let's see. Oh, his ears can hinge back too. Really? Okay. Oh, so these. Oh yeah, they can. Okay, so yeah, we can bring the ears back a bit too. Okay, nice. So we can hinge the ears a little bit. That's cool. And these ears are also hinged. So yeah, I don't know what the actual official configuration for Fire Convoy is, but no, that's pretty cool there. But yeah, you can see though that, you know, it's definitely, they're both good toys. This one's like, you know, like a little bit bigger. Articulation wise, let's take a look. Let's see, we have shoulders. Shoulders go up to here. Shoulders go around here. Shoulders also go up here. And yeah, and there's also a ratchet joint in here too. So very good range of motion. We have a swivel above the elbow. We have a 90-degree elbow. Yeah, stuff fits pretty well. We already saw the wrist swivels on this guy. What else? What else to show? Waist. Waist does move about like that. That's the extent of the waist motion. I'm just seeing if there's anything I can move out of the way, and no, there isn't. Yeah, it's not a very posable waist, I guess. But I mean, hey, it works. If you bring this up a little bit, you can get a little bit of an ab crunch in there if you want. This extender is here for the Omega Prime transformation. They put an extender in there for Omega Prime, but yeah, you can use that in order to give him a bit of an ab crunch. Some nice thick ratchets here. Some nice clickiness. Very good clickiness in the legs for the jointage. And you can see here that we have a swivel up here, and we also have a swivel below the knee as well too. Now this popped out. Yeah, we have both an above the knee and below the knee swivels. So that's cool. But 90 degrees there. And then yeah, and then over here we have heels that I need to flip out. Nice, that'll help him stand. And then yeah, and then we have just some very good ball jointed ankles here that give him a little bit of tilt. And those heels, actually, I'm gonna get back to that. Those heels make a huge difference on this guy already. Yeah, some very, yeah, these legs are very, these legs are very tight, and they need to be tight because those are going to be bearing a lot more weight once we combine this guy. Oh, and of course the head. Head has a ball joint up here, and yeah, it is a very posable head. You can get up, down, side to side, and then of course these can adjust too. But yeah, those heel joints. Let me get into that because if we look at improvements and upgrades on the original here, let me just make sure it's standing. Make sure Optimus is staying here. If we look at the original has no heels. The original has no heel support. And also, you can see here with the ratchets, the first click of the leg ratchets is there. And while he does have ball jointed ankles there, that means that like if you want to pose him, like that first splay is this. Oh yeah, the original one comes from that era where they did a lot more chrome on toys in general. They do a lot less these days. It's just chrome tends to wear very easily, so they usually are very selective on where they do spot chrome. That, and there's also the toxicity involved in the process. But yeah, just the difference in terms of the ratchets. The first click on these ratchets goes out to here. So you can see already that there's massive benefits to this guy. Also, he does have a little bit of a butterfly joint technically, although not really. It's just a case of, yeah, you can butterfly these arms a bit, but you know, it's going to just break the actual motion of the chest. This is more for the combined mode, I think. But yeah, just those upgrades in the ratchets, upgrades in just the actual ratchet range of motion, and those heels mean that you can get him in poses a lot more easily than the original. All right, let's take a drink. And oh my God, we're 80 minutes in already. I mean, I did a little bit of stalling at the start while I was trying to figure out why chat wasn't working. But yeah, that's Optimus here. That's the start of it, but that's just the first step here because there's a lot of playability to this toy. One of the reasons this figure is as fondly remembered as it is because just how many play features this thing has in it. Because we haven't even gotten to the trailer yet. We haven't even gotten to the trailer, and the trailer does more than one thing. Yeah, the trailer. Sorry, I'm just checking this thing here. Okay, yeah, no, that's right. I'm just seeing if there's anything I missed. No, that looks right. Yeah, the trailer. Actually, is there? Oh no, that's just showing the head for popping the head out. Okay, that's all that is. Yeah, you can tell though that this guy is very well built so far. Yeah, we're gonna get into the trailer next. Let's get into the trailer playability because there is the base mode for the trailer, but there's also a whole bunch of power-up modes for the trailer too. I'm just trying to figure out what order to do stuff in. Let's see. Oh, there is also, I'll get to that later, I guess. Yeah, so bring that guy back there, bring this here, and let's start looking at the trailer here. Trailer, it is showing has a whole, you detach all these trailer parts, and then once you have all that stuff detached, you can do a whole bunch of stuff with the trailer parts. Like these guys are going to come off here. This whole bit here is going to pop off over there. And then these two guys are going to split apart here. And that's going to give us ability to do a whole bunch of stuff with the trailer. We are going to start with base mode. Yeah, flip the feet out. We are going to start by putting this into the base mode configuration by doing that there. You can tell these are going to be booties for like the Omega Prime mode. Sorry, not the Omega Prime mode, but for like the Super Fire Convoy mode. But yeah, so we do this here. Base mode is very simple. It's the same as the original toy. I'm not even going to show it on the original, really, because it's pretty simple. But yeah, so we got that there. We got this, goes all the way out like this here. We flip this waist piece up over here. What else? Bring this guy all the way up and fold these sides out here. This gun here is going to come down here. I'm going to have to pull the camera out for this. Yeah, so for base mode so far is just this. It's very simple so far, and then we just have to put these bits on the sides. yeah, we have to. Where are the bits that we have to put on the sides? Yeah, we take these guys here. We take these guys over here, and and then we take the hands that we discarded earlier. Where are the hands? I'm just making sure I get the right hands and not the ones from the old toy. Because yeah, we take these guys. Oh, here's one of the hands. Oh yeah, I've got both the oh yeah, there's both the old and new hands. Okay. Yeah, so these guys here, we are going to take these and we are going to okay, these are going to unfold. These whole bits are going to unfold here. We can see some little turrets there. Nice little like articulation of those turrets. These are going to just come out like this. The hand is going to come around like this, and these are going to just pretend that these are guns. Just pretend that these are guns here, because that's kind of what you just have to do. And then and then bring this up here, bring this guy out over there, and then we just take this, we plug those into these bits over here. Oh, we plug those into this guy here, just via this peg and slot, and then this just pegs in over here. Like, it's a very simple base mode, but it is a base mode. Yeah, and then we just do that again, and then that is going to finish the base mode. Oh, interesting. These are asymmetrical. Huh. Cool. These are asymmetrical and how those attach. That's neat. All right, but yeah, so bring this around here. Like that. Take this guy, peg it in over here. And then, then we just take this guy, plug this in over here. And that is the base mode for Optimus Prime. Trailer transforms into this whole base here. Let me just put him with the base. And just pan up. You can see here that, we have this just giant base tower there, this command tower. I'm just going to shift that back over there. So yeah, that is how the base mode looks on this guy. And now I guess, there's just two more things to show on it. There's just two more things to show with this guy, I guess. One of them is showing like his extra weapons, because aside from base mode, we can also do another thing with the feet here. I'm just gonna take the base mode apart here for a sec. Let's take this guy back off. Oh. Yeah, let's take this guy back off the base, because there's one more thing you can do with these feet. And that is we can take these and fold these back in. I think we fold those in for this mode. Because you see how he's got those little pylons on his shoulders there. No, we don't fold the feet in. Okay, let me fix that. Yeah, you see how he's got the little pylons on the shoulders? That is corresponding to these here. Because we can take these here, we can put these into these pylons. Oh, this guy popped out. That's not a bad thing. That just, I'd rather those loose than too tight. But yes, we just pop these on here, and there, now he has like a missile rack. Now Optimus has a giant missile rack there on his shoulders. Like, it looks really cool. The original can do this as well. This is not unique to the new one. This is a feature that like the toy has always been able to do. So if I take the bits off here, if I detach these here, this is in pretty tight. Yeah, this is pegged in pretty good here. I'm gonna need to get this out, but yeah. It's a little disconcerting how well pegged in this is. I don't want to break this when I'm showing off the super mode. I'm just checking to see if there's something I'm missing with how I unpeg this. on the original, because these are supposed to come out. Oh, there. It's just like that. It's just really tight because it's not been done probably in like a decade. Yeah. So yeah, on the original here, you can take these and we can do the exact same thing. We can take these out here and we can swing this all up like that. And then we can take the missile batteries and we can put them in over here on the original. Like that there. It's more or less the same effect. No real major difference in terms of how this is implemented, except with this guy, again, since he has no ankles, he's just going to be that much harder to like get that to work. Yeah. One thing as well too, I think this guy's a little bit more proportional, just looking at the proportions here. Like if we just look at the arms. Oh, no, it's about the same proportions. I think the hands are a little bigger, but oh no, the forearms are a little longer. You can see here that this guy's a little bit more proportional overall. Yes, that's how we do the missile racks. But now we get to the fun part. This is where the fun begins. And yeah, I'm going to do this with the original first. I'm just going to show the original first with the gimmick. Because yeah, I mentioned that these are essentially just giant booties. Yeah, that is because these are booties. And if we take this here, we fold these feet back up. I think we have to fold the feet back up for the booties. Again, it's been a while, so apologies. And let's just see if I remember how this goes. Okay, yeah, these guys come out here. These come down here, and this is gonna... Okay, I think we still need to keep the feet out, actually. This is why I'm testing on the... Oh, yeah, you can see there's those giant holes in the feet there. So yes, this guy here, just looking at the original, we take this guy here, we plug these little booties in there, and we got a slot for the... Do they, or... I am just trying to... Oh, no, the slot's over there, okay. So yeah, so in this guy here, it's like, yeah, we just take that there, we slot the foot in here, and then we plug this in over there. Again, we're just doing the original first. Yeah, we got all those missing wheels, missing tires there. Oh my God, just look at that. Missing tires, this folds up, or at least it should. There we go. That folds up. Open this up, fold this guy out. Yes, there's the original there for the booties. Looking at the new one here, new one is probably going to be pretty similar. Yeah, we just exact same system. Exact same system here, but this folds out, and then you can just see that this is just going to, yeah, you can see this is just going to, again, clamp in. I don't know if we, oh no, I think we leave these open. Let's see. I'm just trying to see how this goes in on this one. It might be different. It might be different on the new one. Let me just check. Because we are doing the super fire convoy now. You know, this is what happens when you get fire convoy and he eats a mushroom. He becomes super fire convoy. And there's a bunch of stuff. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff you need to do to the torso on this one actually. So I'm gonna do the original first, and then we're gonna come back over and we're gonna do the new one because there's a bunch of stuff that needs to happen. Like yeah, we take this guy here. Actually, I'm trying to remember how this all goes now. It's been a while since I messed with this. We got these shoulder pads here. Shoulder pads are going to go in up here. This, I don't think it matters which one goes where, really, on this original toy. So we got one shoulder pad. Oh no, the detailing is a little different on both, but oh, this is the, oh, I put the new one on here. That's funny. Okay, so these are somewhat cross-compatible because I accidentally put the new one on that toy. Yeah. Or did I? God, I'm just doubting myself like crazy now. Okay, yeah, these are the new ones. Yeah, those are the new ones there. These are the old hands. So we take these hands here, we bring these hands out, and these are going to be the super fire convoy hands. These just fold in like this. And then we're going to look at the new one. You can see this guy's pretty dusty. Like, he was pretty dusty when I got him too, I think. But, yeah, like, he is dusty. I've not messed with this toy a lot over the years. Yeah, so we take all that stuff there. We do the shoulders. Shoulders are just going to peg in. How do the shoulders go on again? Less original. They slide down, I think, but I'm just trying to remember how. Oh, they just go in like this. They just slide down on the... Yeah, they just slide down through here, I guess. Is it like that, or is it... Because these don't open on this one. This is what happens when you haven't mucked with a toy in like ages and ages. Yeah, we want to bring this up here though. This rail comes up here. Fold this fire bit down there. These two pegs here are gonna go into these slots there. Take the entire ladder. Ladder comes off to the side there. This whole bit comes down and down. And yeah, and then we have those little slots there. Those clip in. This just comes in like this. Yeah, let's just bring this down for good measure just to get it out of the way. And then we're going to have the original fire convoy done once we do that. So we take that. Yeah, we have all this stuff here. Like the original is a very nice toy. The original is a very nice toy. Yeah. And oh, that's funny there. Yeah. Interesting judgment there, Sleep. They're just listen. Like this is what's always cool. Just getting the judgment of people like who don't know Transformers stuff. I'm just trying to remember how some of these bits go for that transformation. So, like where these shoulder pads peg in. Is it just up over here, or how did these original shoulder pads go on? Because it definitely goes on a little bit differently. I'm looking at this. I just can't I honestly cannot for the life of me remember how you get these shoulder pads on the original. I think it's just supposed to just slide on, but oh, I see. Okay, yeah, the arms okay, that's how. The arms extend a little bit on this one here. And then you just slide the shoulder pads down through there. And is it this way or is it the other way? I think it's supposed to go this way. Yeah, but yeah, so on this one here, yeah, it's just you pull those out, slide the shoulder pads down into the gap. Like that there. Okay, yeah, so that goes there. Other shoulder pad just goes on over here. And that's the original Fire Convoy in terms of how it transforms. That's the original Super Fire Convoy. So now let's get back to this guy. Let's get back to this guy over here. And let's figure him out. Because, yeah, there's going to be some slightly different steps on him. They did change a bunch. But a lot is still going to be very similar. So, okay, yeah, friction. But yeah, let's see. I'm just looking at the new ones here. Oh, interesting. So yeah, so we want to bring this back out. And then we want to ratchet this all around. Let's see. Yeah, so bring this back out like this. And then we want to bring it down like this. We want to do it like this here. So this is already like a big difference right there. It's already a big difference. Because one of the things they wanted to do on this toy, one of the goals for this figure was just to make it a little bit more proportional when he transformed. Am I doing this right? It looks like I am. Like it's showing you slide this out, and then it's showing you bring this back down, but This doesn't seem right. I'm just looking at the. No, I don't have this quite right here. Is it? Is it just that we bring it up like this, I think? I'm just trying to figure out like the, because it shows you pulling this up here. But then it's showing, oh yeah, you want it just pulled up a little bit there. We want it pulled up like to about here. Like we want to stop it here. We don't want to go all the way up. But this is all about making it just give him, because you can see here, he has a little bit of abnormal proportions there. And on this one here, one of the goals that they had was to give him like actual proper proportions. So yes, that extends up to there. And then yeah, we do that there. And then okay. Then we take this backpack back out. Backpack comes back out here, and then it looks like that we fold stuff around. And then this comes in here. This just goes in here, and this just braces the entire assembly in place. Yeah, so that's why we don't want to slide it out of the way. We slide it up to here, and then this piece slides in there, and that secures, once we bring it down, that secures the entire waist assembly. So it is gonna, he's gonna have an ab crunch. He's gonna have a nice ab crunch here, and it's like, it is nice and supported over there. That's gonna be good. So we got him super tall now. We got him doing his Reed Richards. And then yeah, then we do fold the heels up. Yes, we fold the heels back up, and we bring these back out here. We bring these arms back out, and then yeah, I think, and what else? Bring the arms back out, and now I think the boot mechanism is just going to be the same as the original here, whereby we just, yeah, we bring it in. We bring it in, it's going to slide, it's going to clip down the side of these feet now, and it's going to secure with this little peg here. So just bring the booties in. There we go. Yeah, that's just nice and solid there. Then we just clip this guy in, and that'll secure the entire package. And then we do that with the other foot here. Again, I love how anime this is just even on the toy, where it's just straight up. You just take the foot here, you just press the foot in around those bits there. It all clamps in securely. This guy clamps in there. And there, now we have him in giant booties. We have him in his giant Omega Prime booties now. And they are nice and secure. They are very secure. And yeah, the booties was the next step there. You just secure it in those two spots. Then we take the hands. We've already got the hands a little bit unfolded. We do the same thing here. We fold everything back around and clip the hands back together. Yeah, so bring everything around like this here. There, we got these new forearms. And I'm just trying to figure out how these swing out still. Let's see. Yeah, so we got the arms out too. Okay, these arms do still pop out like that. They still slide out like the original. The arms slide out about there. And then yeah, and then we just put these gloves on. Just open this up. Pegs, slots. Just bring it in. Clamp it down. It should just, it's good when it locks, and then we does that not close up all the way? Interesting. Interesting. I guess that closes up. I guess that does close up more than the original, actually. Yeah, that is better. That still closes up more than the original. Like these actually do come over. These do come in. These lock in place, and then these fold up here, and then that's going to, yeah. And then once all that's folded up there, that is going to obscure the hands somewhat, like the original hands somewhat. Yeah, so we have all this here. I have all this here so far. And yeah, and then we just got the shoulders. Shoulders, open these up. It looks like these are more or less symmetrical this time around. It's just the faction symbol that's different. And then we just pop these shoulders on over here. And then there's a little tab that these pop into. So these don't like just friction slide on the same way. They just tab in right there like that. Woohoo. And then we just have the final pièce de résistance, which is where we do the actual, yeah, we need to put the whole shebang on top. So let's fold this head back up. Oh, I didn't notice this here. The head actually has a, yeah, you can see there it's on a little bit of a peg, so we can actually move the head forward and back. I didn't notice that. So we can slide the head back on the neck there, but we can also slide the head a little bit forward on the neck there too. So that's cool. Okay, that's what Carlos probably meant. So yeah, so that folds up there, that closes up. And now we just put on the last bit here. Oh, yeah. Like the support piece here, like it feels a lot better, like in terms of stability. Yeah, so we take this whole guy here, and now we bring this entire guy down. It's going to be a couple of slots on these tabs here. So these are going to slot in over here. Let's get these in. This guy is going to come down. Oh, right, this guy still folds out to the side here. That still happens. That guy still comes out. But yeah, let's get this secured. Because yeah, it looks like you can see here that there is, actually I'm going to just do this first. You can see that there is going to be these two slots here. And then once this guy's in here, this guy is going to slot in the back there as well. There we go. That whole thing is like nice and secured. So we bring this around, spin this, bring this down like that. Bring this guy back over here so that it's off to the side. Bring these guys down here to cover those up. Adjust this. And then, yeah, then we just have the crotch plate here. That just comes down over top. Does this lock in here? Oh yeah, that still locks in the chest on those two little slots, on those two opening slots. Yeah, so bring all this guy down here all the way. We can fold this up again here. Oh, interesting. And now we have Omega Prime, and we can already see one thing that's jumping out just looking at this guy right now. And I will point that out in a sec once I get him standing straight. And that is, look how much difference there is in terms of clearance for the actual fire ladder. Yeah, you can see here that the fire ladder on this guy here, it just sits right on the ground. This one here, it is full on sitting off the ground here. It's full on sitting off the ground. We actually need to bring this all the way back around here if we want to use this as a third leg. So yeah, let's compare these two now. You can see here that like what was being got at there with regards to that missing waist piece here, because we have this little extra brick filling in here, there is actually something in here to actually support this entire piece. Right now there is nothing supporting this other than like, you know, I guess that just the fact that there's stuff pegged into it. It's not nearly that stable. But yeah, just comparing these, you can see, you can start to see like where this guy is like better in terms of just like the general comparison. Like, yeah, yeah, Superfire Convoy just looks, he's like a head taller. It's the same, a lot of sames on this guy. You know, it's the same upper legs, obviously. We got these really nice ankle tilts right here. Still using the ones that are built into the feet. Actually, it's pretty impressive just how much range you get with those ankle tilts, honestly. But yeah, it's pretty solid there. Like, that's why these ratchets are so strong. They're still pretty strong in this mode here. We have this ab crunch, as you can see, this ab crunch so he can lean forward, which is pretty cool. And it's actually kind of funny how it's getting a little bit in the way of working the leg ratchets. That's actually kind of funny. But yeah, so we got all this here. We got this giant weight on the back still with the actual fire thing, but it doesn't feel like he needs it to stand up. Like, it's still going to help as a support, I think, but it's not as necessary to have the cannon there. He has these butterfly joints now because of the fact that these are no longer in, so we can get the arms back like that. We can get them forward just a little bit too, and that means that we can bring his hands together like this, actually, which is pretty cool. We can get his hands right together. Can this guy do that? This guy also has some butterfly joints in him too. So yeah, you can do that on the original as well, I guess. Let's see what else. Yeah, it's well executed here though. Get those butterfly joints right there. We still have all that same articulation. The main new stuff here is these hands. These hands come around like this. They go in and out like that. Thumb goes up and down. We have just a single finger piece that goes in and out. Like Omega Prime here, Super Fire Convoy here looks pretty good. And of course you can see here we have a little door. We have a little door here. On this one here, you open up the door on the original, and it reveals the Matrix of Leadership. This is in the era for Transformers before they standardized what the Matrix looked like across all media. At this point, like in general Transformers media, at this point the Matrix was kind of just more a thing. Like it could kind of look like whatever. Like Lio Convoys was just Lio Convoy and Big Convoy. Lio Convoys is just like you just open a flap on his chest and there's a Matrix. But Fire Convoy, the new one, steps it up a notch. We do have a Matrix still. This flap can open even more. It can open all the way up to there. And you might be noticing something about this Matrix. And that is that this Matrix is, in fact, actually removable. We can actually take the Matrix out. And here it is. It's just like, just some clear plastic with a little bit of spot paint for green and some silver. So we can take the Matrix out, and we can full on, if we adjust his hands just right, we should be able to make him hold it. I guess we can just have him hold it like this. So we can have him just standing here, holding his Matrix. Like, it's not something that he generally held in the original. Like, as far as I know, speaking as somebody who has, like, seen, like, one episode of Car Robots, I think. But yeah, like, he looks pretty cool here. And again, the fact that they have these flaps here just to actually put some effort into covering the, the inner fists there is really nice. Yeah, the Matrix feature is really cool there, too. Let's put this back in. Like, yeah, this guy, like, you can see just all the little quality of life upgrades over the original here. Obviously, too, we can also bring the ladder forward. The ladder does come forward, and the ladder does become a giant, railgun that can go over his head. I am just checking through to see if they call that out in the instructions here at all. I've got everything else in here. Yeah, so the railgun, we can take the railgun here, we can bring it up like this, and we can, swivel us all the way around, if we so want. There, we have this giant railgun here, and we can just flip these guns out now. Actually, hold up. I think I'm doing this the wrong way. Yeah, for the railgun, let's do this. Let's do this instead. I brought it along the wrong way. We can pop this bad boy out. This came out. Let's pop it back in. I'm just looking to see where it tabs in. Yeah, this popped out here. Yeah, so we can pop this back in. And we can bring it around like this. And there, now you can bring it down like that. Bring it down like this here. Give him these giant missile launchers. Like, yeah, and he holds this very well. Like, he can hold all this weight, no problem. Like, these ratchets in the legs are all very solid. They made these very strong. You'll need to adjust it a little bit, but yeah, just check it. Just check out how cool this looks here. Check out how cool this looks with him just, like, having a giant friggin' railgun here of just a missile launcher. I'm just bending it down a little bit because that straightens out the missiles a bit, but like he just looks really cool here. Oh, and for the actual head articulation, like we got this neck here can go down, it can come up like that, and then the head can actually look up and down and all around. It's very posable as a head. You can like get a lot of range out of it. Yeah, the neck there. Now the neck's out properly. Yeah, you can get a lot of range out of this head here. It's really nice. So there's his neck fully extended. There's his neck fully extended with this giant railgun just over his shoulder. He's having no problem supporting this under his own weight. Again, I will stress. It looks really cool. Yeah, Yeah, if I take this one here, he should be able to do this too. Yeah, he should be able to do the railgun gimmick as well. Let's just see how well it does. Yeah, so we can bring this one around here too. It doesn't go around his head quite as well. It does better on the newer one. Yeah, like it just does not. Oh, and you can see here he is having trouble like under his own weight. Like, oh, that's because it's unpegged. But you can see here that like these ratchets, it is a lot trickier to actually get him to hold this pose with this railgun up like this. Like, it's best, honestly, to just bring this back down, hold this guy back up here, and then just use that as a third leg to help give him support. You can see just how much of like this just is a very nice Omega Prime mold. You can see that this is kind of where the attention went in terms of the visuals. All right, and you can see that's where the attention went for this guy. All right, we're 2 hours in, and we still have to do Ultra Magnus. And then we have to do the Omega Prime mode. But, let's go on to the next one here. I'm just going to move some stuff out. We're going to leave Optimus in here for now. I'm going to take the original out. I'm going to take the original back out here. Put him off to the side. Yeah, you can see that like this guy's definitely a lot flimsier as far as a toy. Like, it's got a lot more weaknesses to it. But yeah, like this Omega Prime, oh my god, he looks really good here. Oh, I didn't even take a shot of the two next to each other. Let's do that. Let's fix that. Let's put these two next to each other. Let's do that there. I'm going to fold these back up. Fold the missiles back up. Bring this guy back around. Fun note in terms of from the actual design of this toy. Some fun notes with regards to Omega Prime's design. For a Super Fire Convoy and just the whole Omega Prime set. It's actually the same guy who designed the original who worked on this. That just goes to show like how long people have been at Takara. It's the same guy who did the original that worked on this, but also when they needed more detail art, when they were like, oh, we want to make it a little bit more detailed, this toy, the designer was like, oh yeah, let me just reach out to the guy who designed the animation models for the original cartoon and just get him to do a detail pass on this. So that's what they did. Like, it's just, yeah, it's like the guy who did the original design work on the cartoon there, who did like the detail pass when they buffed this guy up detail-wise. But yeah, it's just, yeah, like you can see that this guy is really shining a lot more now that you have him in this mode. You can kind of see where the compromises go. So we're going to take that there. I'm going to get Ultra Magnus out in a sec. Actually, you know what? It's 2 hours. I'm just going to do a quick BRB stretch break. Like just refill my drink, give everyone a moment to stretch, post some photos online. We will be right back. Let me just put the BRB screen on. Let's just put the BRB screen on, and then I will toss some images up, and I will, refill my drink and stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I did not redo them when I did not redo the BRB screen. I forgot about that. All right, we're coming back in just a sec. I've got my drink topped up, done a quick stretch break. So we're going to start it on Ultra Magnus very, very shortly. So let's go out of BRB. All right, so we are back. We are back, and again, we are doing Haslab Omega Prime. Oh yeah, I heard that the wings on Magnus are tight on people's, but no one. But it's one of those things that's interesting because I saw that people were talking about it being tight, but I also saw people going that there's no actual. It doesn't really feel like it's gonna break or anything. But yeah, Again, just comparing these two just before I keep going. It's fascinating. Like, I mean, one of the big flaws in this guy is there is no piece in here to actually secure this chest properly. They specifically engineered a gap piece in here that folds in specifically to give him some like range there. Sorry, not some range, just specifically give him the ability to actually hold the entire support this entire upper bit. And then and he has an ab crunch too, which is really cool. He has a full ab crunch, and he can actually stand. He stands taller than this guy. Like, the ladders are pretty similar to the same length, I believe. This one might actually be a little longer, ladder-wise, honestly. But you can see here that the ladder is off the ground on this one, whereas on this one, on this one here, you got to fully extend here and it's off the ground. On this one here, you have to fold this guy up in order to actually get the ladder to work as a third leg. Like, it's interesting just to compare. Interesting to compare between these two here. But you can see that this guy's just like more proportional overall. Like, you've got like more of an actual defined like lower torso there. Like, just even like with how far down. I guess the arms are like similar length. But it's just that overall torso just feels a lot better, just looking at this thing. Like, this guy definitely feels a lot less flimsier. Like, the head is sitting taller too, even. Like, it's just, you can see where the budget went. The budget went into this mode. The budgets are going into the super modes. Like, the individual Optimus is not quite as impressive. But we are going to keep going. We are going to keep going, and we are going to go into Ultra Magnus now. So, Ultra Magnus. Classic Transformers character, like, the original was in the 86 Transformers the movie. Ultra Magnus, as he is portrayed in Car Robots, is a little bit different as far as guys. He is full on written as Fire Convoy's brother. He's God Magnus in the original cartoon. He's Ultra Magnus in the dub. But he is the brother of Optimus Prime in that series. Oh, and we got stuff popping out already. Oh, and I'll take a look at that in a sec. But so he's the brother of Optimus Prime, and he resents the fact that Optimus got the Matrix instead of him. So you can see here that we have a bit that came out here, and again, it continues the whole trend of taking all the chrome bits and putting them on separately. All the chrome bits here for the Omega Prime configuration are all on their own tray. This is after Star Saber, when there were issues of scratching in package. Hasbro went out of their way for anything chromed in the Haslabs to full on package those parts separately and protect the front, so that just to minimize any sort of damage in the packaging. And the packaging here has all been very good. Again, we just pop that open here. We just pop Magnus out over here. He is just going to be a car carrier. Interestingly enough, with regards to Magnus's car carrier mode, there are definitely some cues that were taken when they did the Ultra Magnus for Transformers Generation Siege. That Magnus definitely has cues taken from this Robots in Disguise Ultra Magnus. So we have Magnus here. You can see here that there's a big chunk of him missing in the front, and that is where this comes in. But you can see he looks pretty good so far. I'm just checking the actual colors. Some people did have yellowing on their Magnus out of the box. Looking at it through the camera, I'm just looking at it through as many different things as possible. It's looking pretty pristine to me on the cab. I'm not seeing any yellowing here. That's good. That is good. If I look at it through other lenses and stuff, no, this looks pretty good. Looks pretty pristine. But so let's pull out his instructions. They're just sitting right here. Yeah, that is a very good question. There are a few characters throughout Transformers history who have been identified as having brothers, and they've never quite explained how brothers work. Um, it's kind of like how like female Transformers they kind of just didn't really explain for a while there, and it's kind of best if you just go, oh, and some of them are girls. Like with brothers, I think the idea is that there might be like split sparks or something like that. Um, like it's a very loosely defined thing. Very loosely defined. I don't really have more info on that. But yeah, Magnus also has like a giant sheet, and his is going to have the whole combination for Omega Prime as well. You can see it's a big sheet here. We got other stuff on there too. I'm just looking for the step to see if there's any steps with regards to putting antennae on and stuff for this. Doesn't look like they specifically call out any of that stuff for assembling for the truck. But Ultra Magnus has a lot less going on than Optimus. And he's also kind of the reason that this thing would have needed to be a Haslab in the first place. Because that was one thing people were kind of going when they first announced these guys. That's like, oh, why wouldn't you just release these at retail? And the problem with that is that you could do Optimus at retail. I'm very convinced he would work. He would work as a commander class figure. Yeah, no worries. Oh yeah. The gendered bots there. Yes, it's yeah, like gendered bots. I can go into a whole diatribe on that. Because it goes back to the original in the '80s when Bob Budiansky was writing the bios for Hasbro. He was originally going to make some of them girls. Like Ratchet was originally going to be a girl. And then Hasbro went, no, it's a boys' toy line. We want them all to be guys. We don't want any girls. Then the cartoon did really well. And then both independently, you had two different factions go, we should put some girls into the franchise there. We had network. Actually, one of them was network executives went, hey, so our kids watch this, like women watch this show, girls watch this show. Can we get some characters for the female viewers of the show? Which is why they created Alita 1, Chromia, Firestar in season 2, as well as Spike's girlfriend Carly, I believe originates from that as well. Because she is very much like Carly is very much like she is not a damsel whatsoever in how she's written. She's like very probably smarter than Spike, honestly. And then in Transformers the movie in '86, independent of all this, Ron Friedman, one of the writers on the movie, was like, well, my daughter's a fan of this stuff. I want to put a character in this for her. So he put RC in, very much inspired by Princess Leia in Star Wars. And that's why RC has her design the way she is. She's very much like Princess Leia inspired. And yeah, so that's why we have female Transformers. Like there was no real explanation. Yeah. Yeah. Where it gets weird is when you get into some of the comic stuff, because the way they brought in female Transformers in the original Marvel comics, there were none in the U.S. comics. In the U.K. comics, they did show up, but it was that story has aged very poorly, and it aged poorly even then. But honestly, it's just kind of turned into an idea of, look, there's male and female ones, deal with it. In the 2010s, actually, we got some really interesting stuff, because there was stuff with regards to transgender characters and stuff, even, where there were characters that had been built with male bodies, and they had gender dysphoria, and then switched to female bodies. So yeah, and then of course there's RC. Like RC in the IDW comics in the 2010s there, RC was her first appearance. She was written as trans in her first appearance, because in the writer's mind at the time, all these robots don't have any gender. So yeah, she was forced into being female by a mad scientist. This got retconned later on by other writers in that she was still transgender, but it was something where she had some willingness in there. And honestly, she was a very interesting character, as the book went on. RC is actually one of the better characters in the IDW Transformers comics. She's actually really badass, in the IDW books. They also had fun in the IDW stuff with the fact that Energon is pink, because at one point one of the writers went, hold up. If the color of blood is pink, what does that say about about some of these female characters who are all pink? Because they're painting themselves the color of blood. Like, and that's actually a really fun lens, and that informed how they wrote Alita 1 when she showed up in the IDW comics. But yeah, so to start on Magnus here, we're going to start by just clipping this on. We just have some divots here. This is just going to go on, and this is just going to stay on. So let's just bring the bumper in. Let's just clip it in. I'm just making sure that it's all in properly. Because once this is in, we shouldn't need to take it back out. It's just not going in properly. There we go. Okay, now it's clipped in. Yeah, so once this is in here, that should not need to come back out. And the way we finish up the transformation here is we have these little tabs here. These are going to slot in. Also, full credit, they did not chrome the actual slots. That is good. The actual slots are not chromed, so there's not going to be any wear from tabbing this piece in constantly, which we're going to do whenever we transform this toy. But yeah, so with the bumper pegged in, we are going to use these parts later. These are going to be for the Omega Prime head. That will be revealed later. But for now, this is Ultra Magnus in his alt mode. Like, he's a very nice car carrier. Very nice car carrier. No, I don't mind the questions. The questions are interesting. And here's the original. Here is the original Ultra Magnus. You can see that he's discolored a little bit over time. Some of these parts have discolored with age. Yeah, they're both very similar in terms of... Hold up, this came unpegged again. Some of this stuff is a little bit finicky in terms of pegging together. Like, I was transforming this for the first time in probably like a decade before stream, and just finding some of these pegs a little bit finicky. But yeah, so there he is with the original. Let me just get this camera down a bit. We can see here that, yeah, they look pretty good together. They look pretty good together here. I'm just comparing the cabs. You can see, yeah, you can see just like they're a little bit different shape. This one's got like, you know, slightly darker windows. Like overall, there's a lot of little differences here. What else? Yeah, we can see here we have the Autobot faction symbol on the sides on this one here. He does not have, this Magnus does not have the Autobot symbol. I assume that is probably anime accurate, because a lot of the decisions that, a lot of the deco on this guy is very much informed by how does he look in the cartoon. That is kind of the main thing that informs this guy. Yeah, let's see what else. I'm just trying to get some shots here. I usually you would do like robot modes for a lot of stuff. Like people, it depends on the line. Sometimes you will have people who will display stuff in vehicle mode. Sometimes robot mode. It generally depends on the character and how the vehicle mode actually looks. And then of course your shelf space configuration. But generally these guys get displayed as robots. Yeah, I need to grab a couple of other guys for comparison here. They should be on my... I forgot to grab them beforehand. But because they have done a couple of other characters from Car Robots as well, have gotten toys in more recent lines. Sorry, where is the other two? I am looking for Towline, and I am looking for... Yeah, because they did a new toy of Towline. He's buried here, and he's in vehicle mode. Cool, this will be good. So we got Towline, and then we also have... what's his name? It's not Ricochet, it's Sideburn. Yes, Sideburn. And then they did a new figure of Sideburn as well. And where is my Sideburn? I can see his repaint. I can see Shadow Striker, but I am just trying to spot Sideburn. Oh, here he is. All right, so Sideburn and Shadow Striker. These are two other Autobots. And we got we've got Towline over here. And then we got Sideburn right over here. Like he is in robot mode, so we will do more comparisons. But yeah. And then of course we have Scourge. He's got much more Nemesis Prime-ish colors in terms of this actual deco. It's not a very show accurate one. but he was like the evil clone of Optimus. He was the evil. You're gonna love this, Sleep. You're gonna love the story with Scourge here. So Scourge's character, like in the original cartoon, like for that he's from. It was the first instance in the cartoon just doing like the evil. No, sorry, it was the second instance of an evil Black Optimus Prime. But with Scourge, the way he worked was there was a whole bunch of like protoforms, like just transformers like in like non-bodied forms or whatever they're like with blank minds, that sort of thing. And Scourge was created by his pod scanning Optimus Prime as he was holding a tanker truck, as that tanker truck was had a human in it. So technically he is the spawn of Optimus Prime, a tanker truck, and a human woman. So yeah, do what you will with that. Do what you will with that information there with regards to Scourge. But yeah, the big thing with Ultra Magnus though for his car carrier mode is he can actually carry cars. We can take this guy. We can fit a couple of cars on top actually. Let me see if I've got anyone else in car mode, because we can fit a whole bunch of guys in car mode on him. I've got a cliff jumper right here. Yeah, we can put this cliff jumper over there. Do I have another car? Do I have another car handy? I might not. I'm not going to go and transform other guys in the car mode for this. Oh no, I've got Soundwave in car mode over here. Hold up. I got a Soundwave right here. Yeah, so you can just put deluxe cars on him. So we can do that there, but then also we can open the back of this. We can open the back here. And let me just get that back in there. We can open the back. This comes down. This comes down. This forms a ramp right here. We can bend this whole bit here, get a ramp. And then we can just drive guys up and store them inside. I'm just going to use one of the smaller guys here. So like Cliff Jumper, we can put him in. We can fit one car on the inside here. And we can fit two cars on the top. So yeah. So Ultra Magnus is full on a car carrier. The original can do this as well too. The original has this functionality too. And actually as well, not just that, but say we take these bits here. Now, there, boom, we can bring that down, and now you can actually drive cars up like a car carrier as well. So he is a fully featured car carrier. This is like one of the cool things about Ultra Magnus. He is a fully featured car carrier. Like you can full on just do all of the car carrier stuff you would expect to do with him. Like it's great. It's great. He is a really cool design. That they made him a full car carrier. Yeah, before we go further with Magnus, though, you may be noticing something. Specifically, you may be noticing that this guy has like a giant gun there, and the question is, where is that giant gun? Well, because I want to get this in alt mode, I'm going to bring this out now. We're going to go back to the box, and we are going to skip over. We are going to skip for a sec here. We're going to skip to a new character. This was created specifically for this set, and that is this guy here. That is the Autobot known as Blue Bolts. Because what happened when they were designing him, when they were designing this new Ultra Magnus, they were like, okay, well, we've got this Ultra Magnus has this giant gun here. It doesn't really do much. It just is just a giant gun. And then one of the designers went at Takara went, but what if we made it turn into a guy? What if we made the gun turn into a robot? And that's how this guy came about here. That's how we got Blue Bolts. Like it is just straight up like the designers at Takara Tomy being like friggin' wizards and deciding, oh hey, we're gonna put extra stuff in here. So it's a rarity that we actually got like a new character in a set that is like a remake of older stuff. Like this is and not just that, it gets even weirder too. The actual trend, and I will talk about this when I show the head off, because like this is evidenced in the head, and this just goes to show how on crack all these designers are there in the best way. Because Blue Bolts is a new character, but Blue Bolts is also not a new character. And this is where it's going to get weird. Blue Bolts is not quite a new character because there was a comic that came out in Japan as part of the Toy Packin' comics for Transformers Legends. There was a Toy Packin' comic that came out where they had a blue repaint of Air Razor, They had a blue repaint of Beast Wars Air Razor in this comic, and it was named Blue Bolts. And that's who this character is. Like, the idea in the comic, they had a blue repaint of Air Razor, but in the actual story, it was meant that that was a rebuilt version. That was something that was built from Ultra Magnus's gun in Car Robots. Like, that character was the Ultra Magnus gun, but just just made into a robot. But yeah, we can see that here just with the actual head design, because that is an Air Razor head design right there. Like, just with the actual beak. They kept elements of that. They kept elements of that bonkers, comic exclusive idea in this by going, what if we made this the same character from the comics there? And like, it is bonkers. I love it. Yeah, it's got missiles here. Interestingly enough, you can see there that these missiles are just the same missiles as that one over there. Interestingly enough with the missiles, note on these were not originally going to be included because he doesn't have any firing missile launchers, while this one does. And what happened was people complained and people went, why do we not have the missiles for Ultra Magnus? Oh, yeah, Ramses. Yeah, like, Blue Bolts, like, this is like Sakamoto crack made in toy form. I love this. This is like exactly up my alley. Like Hayato Sakamoto, like the guy who drew all of the Transformers Legends comics, like, he came up with this character for like a one-panel thing. He came up with this entire concept of this character being like, oh, a rebuild of God Magnus's gun as a new character named Blue Bolts, and now it's going to be like Scan Bird, and it's going to be like an Air Razor style body. And then the Car Robots designers went, but what if we used that as what if we actually made that character? So this is also a female Transformer too, incidentally, too. So this is a female character. This is intended to be a female character because the Air Razor toy was very feminine in design. So yeah, this is full on, like, how can you not love crack like this? How can you not love this kind of crack? It's amazing. So posability on this one here, let's see. We got some good shoulder articulation here. Those go all the way up and around. We got ball jointed head. You can see here that we have an ab crunch as well somehow. Somehow they went, let's give it like a bit of a bend there for the abs. Full waist. Let's see. Legs go up and around and swivel there. Yeah. Very good bend in the knees. Ankle tilts even. It does have ankle tilts still. Like, it's limited ankle tilts. They only go to about there, but it's still there. And then I guess you can do the toes up. If you're wondering why this is popping apart, that is 100% by design, because Blue Bolts is a weaponizer. Let's see what else. 90 degrees here on the elbow, and a swivel above the elbow. Yeah, but Blue Bolts, and then we got a thing here. These can pop off. But yeah, Blue Bolts is a weaponizer. This is a Transformers gimmick here. That's a more recent one. Yeah, oh, she's great, yes. But yeah, it's a more recent gimmick that they've done where the idea is the character comes apart and can become a whole bunch of weapons. So it doesn't necessarily need to actually, you do have to take it apart to transform it generally for a lot of these, but you can break it apart and it fits the character there. That you can break it apart, say, we can take it apart here, like you bring this down here, fold this up. Oh, hey, we've got a blaster rifle right here that we can just give to a random character. So I can take this, take this entire upper arm here. I can give it to Sideburn. Sideburn can use this as a gun. And then, we can take like this one here. Boom. Again, we can use this as a gun. Like, that is the entire gimmick with weaponizers. It's a cool gimmick. It's a very cool gimmick. They've done a lot of weaponizers. They're fun little toys. They used the weaponizer gimmick as a way to do figures of a bunch of characters who never had robot modes before. And then they gave them robot modes in the process. So, like, for instance, like characters like Full Tilt, for instance, who was the little car that goes on the Trypticon's chest when, like, Trypticon, the giant dinosaur guy, Full Tilt always had a robot mode. No, what am I thinking? Full Tilt's a bad example. Right, I'm thinking of Brunt. Right, so there's a little... I'm having fun. I'm having fun with all these diversions and explaining things because I have stuff I can pull out to explain these things. And it's great. I'm just grabbing something off a shelf. So for Trypticon here, for weaponizers, just to explain what they were doing with a lot with this gimmick here, you had characters like Trypticon there who had Yeah, Triptychon had a sorry, I'm just looking on my shelf for this guy. He might be in tank mode on my shelf. Oh, he is. Yeah, I'll just leave the one on my shelf, and I'll just use this to illustrate. Triptychon had a little tank that he came with that had a name, but it had no robot mode. It was just made by a bunch of random parts that would turn into parts for the city. So like G1 Triptychon came with this little tank here. It just broke apart into little bits for city mode. But what they did for weaponizers was they took that entire gimmick there and went, but what if you could combine all those pieces in another way and give it a robot mode as well? So like Brunt now has a cannon robot mode because of that. Yeah. Oh, I can get going. Yes, lore dumps are fun. All right. So yeah. So Blue Bolts. Blue Bolts. She is really cool. She is really cool here. And yeah, we are going to. Yeah, let's see. And then we also have the break apart here, so we can fold the leg in there. Bring this little cover down. Bring this up here. I'm just looking for another 5mm for this gun mode, but I don't see a 5mm here. Oh, I guess it's over here. But yeah, so we can take all this here, and then we get this blaster here as well. So yeah, so you got a lot of options for like just different guns for these guys. It's what's great about this whole weaponizer gimmick. But yeah, I think we're gonna have to take her apart in order to transform her into like the gun that goes up there. I am just going to double check the instructions on that because I don't know. But yeah, she is great. It's a really, really awesome extra that they put in with this figure. Like, this was the thing everyone got excited about when they revealed it because nobody expected it. Why would you expect them to make a new character in this set? Yeah. So where's Blue Bolts' transformation? That's at the bottom here. Does she? I'm just looking to see. Oh, we just need to pop the arms off. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, yeah, the arms pop off, and then that's it. And then the rest we should be able to. Oh, there's different configuration. Oh, right. Blue Bolts has a few different configurations. So. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that would be weird. But I mean, like, that's no different than Target Masters in the original toys. You had characters that would just transform into guns. I've got Target Masters on my shelf. Like, that's not a new gimmick for Transformers. This is kind of just a more elaborate version. And also, okay, these actually do go onto the back. Just looking at the instructions, you can take these little you can take the little guns here, and you can put them onto the back here. You can take and so there we have some shoulder pylons. Like, she looks really good. Like, Blue Bolts looks fantastic. She looks really good. Like, she's definitely like a highlight of this set. Not the highlight, but definitely a highlight so far. Like, you can just get her in some good dynamic posing and stuff. Sorry, I'm just posing her out again because I want to get her in an example of that dynamic posing. Also, in case you're wondering, Sleep, why, like, with regards to some of these little nubs, that is because, and I have one right here, they do blast effects with these little 3mm ports, so that way you can just plug that on there, and you can give these characters, like, blast effects. Like, pretty much all the guns they do these days all have these little ports on them somewhere, so that you can, like, put these little, weapon effects in there. I've got a whole ton of those, like, just lying around. Yeah, so for Blue Bolts, it looks like that we do need to pop this open. I'm just going to try doing this without the instructions because I have that visual guide right there because that's what she turns into. She turns into that exact gun there. So we can see here that that's going to be just a case of, yeah, we fold, let's see. This opens up here. This comes through. Yeah, she is just going to fold into that piece over there. So that's, yeah, just bring this around, bring this down. It's not a very complex, and then bring these guys in. These little tabs here are going to lock into these slots there, and that's going to lock the transformation together. So you can see that we have that whole bit there, and now we just plug these missiles in here. These just go in here. And you can see that, yeah, we just straight up have this exact bit there now. Like, oh, and this is a little targeting reticule. This flips up as a targeting reticule. So yeah, so I can do that on this one too. Just to pull off the original, pull the original Blue Bolts. Again, this was not a character in the original cartoon. The gun, it just got made one retroactively as, oh hey, we're gonna build the gun into a character, and it's just like the most fascinating story. Yeah, so I'm just pulling this off for reference here. You can see that yeah, we have yeah, like all the shapes are there. It's very well thought out here in terms of how they made this work. Like it's kind of nuts in the best way. It's nuts in the best way. And you can okay, and yeah. Oh, I think I have this backwards here. Hold up. Because yeah, you can see that these guys are supposed to be facing up. So I probably have this backwards. Let's fix that, shall we? Yeah, I think I need to rotate the waist around, do it like this. And then bring those down like that. There we go. Yeah, no, those are the proper shapes now. Okay. Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if, let's see. Yeah, so we have, yeah, and then this guy folds out here. So we even have this little like bar that goes right there. Like all the details are here. It's great. It's a great update. And then, yeah, and then we just have these bits here that are just going to become these guys over here. So these are going to clip together like this. And we fold these guys inside there. And then we just bring this all around, bring this all down. And you can see that this just, yeah, these are where it pegs into the Ultra Magnus there. I believe it's those that are where it pegs in, but oh no, this isn't the blue bolts configure. No, this is just another configuration. Like it's just again, like it's cool. We can do that. We can do it just this entire like extra long gun configuration here, just by pegging these together. It's great. Yeah, I'm just trying to replicate this exact look here because it should be capable of doing that. Let's just look at the instructions here for blue bolts. Okay. So we have blue bolts over here. Yeah, we take this round like this. And these guys are gonna just, yeah, these are gonna just go like this here. And these are just gonna peg in over here. Which way is it? Yeah, like this. Yes, these are just gonna come down over here. Oh, no, other way. Oh, really? Okay. I'm just going, oh no, right, this can swivel, right. So we can swivel all this around here. And then this will tab in down there. This will bring this around. This will tab in down there. Okay, there. And that is, yeah, and then we bring these out here, I guess. We bring these out here. We tab this in here. And that is Blue Bolt's configuration here. Yeah, again, just comparing to the original here. I guess these are supposed to go around here. No. Yeah, like just, again, it's kind of nuts. Just, you can see like all the details are still there. It's a very, very cool update. It's a very cool update here. Like just, this is just like peak. This is peak right here. Like Blue Bolts is awesome. Blue Bolts is one of the best parts of this set, definitely. But yeah, like we can take her, we can have her in her little gun mode here. Oh, this is not quite picked in. There we go. But it's very well thought out, this whole thing. So I am going to take Blue Bolts here. We're gonna put her on over here. She just pegs in over there. And that is there. Now Magnus has Blue Bolts. So now Magnus's all mode is complete. And that's why I took the little diversion, because I wanted to get that complete Blue Bolts in there. So we can do that there. We can take the original Blue Bolts and we can plug that onto Magnus. Yeah, it plugs on a little bit differently because it uses these tabs over here. But yeah, the original one here, we can take this, we can plug these on. Bring all this around like that. Yeah, there we go. And now we can just compare Ultra Magnus and Blue Bolts with Ultra Magnus and Blue Bolts. We'll just pull these guys out. Pull these back out. And adjust this a little bit, but yeah. Isn't this rad? This is really cool stuff. This is the sort of stuff I love. So, Magnus, this is going to be an interesting transformation too for Magnus. Because Magnus does not have a super mode, but Magnus is also, Magnus just has the robot mode. And I am going to, I'm going to start with this one here because I can't remember. Well, actually, no, let's do the original. That way if I flub something up, it's whatever, it's an old toy. So yeah, so for Magnus is going to just become a robot who looks really weird. And you're going to see what I mean when I actually get him transformed. When I say that Magnus looks really weird. There is some parts formery elements to him. Magnus does parts form a little. Oh, that's why this wasn't going in right. This folded down. Okay, that makes sense. That's why he wasn't holding together properly. I missed a bit in the transformation, but Magnus does parts form for his transformation. That's just the way he is. And again, that is one of the reasons, not the only reason, but it is one of the reasons why as a standalone figure, he would not work really well at retail. But it's just one of them. We'll get to the other when we get there. Yeah, let's see. I'm just trying to remember how this goes for Magnus's legs. Right. So Magnus's legs. Yeah, these split apart here, and this is going to become the legs for Ultra Magnus. And there's going to be a point when I'm transforming this where you're going to be like, really? Really? This is his legs? And you will see, and that's why I'm doing this first, because you will have that reaction, like, if you don't know this toy, you will have that reaction of, are you serious? This actually transforms this way? Because, yeah, we have this here. We have this here. And it's like, it's one of those things that's just going to put in perspective just how much of an upgrade this is over the original, in terms of just this whole set. Because I do this here. I bring these down. I bring these back down here. And there we have, these are the legs for Ultra Magnus. These are Ultra Magnus's legs. Hottest transformer? The Fallen's always on fire, so that's definitely up there. He waves a fire truck, so I wouldn't say that he's like the hottest in that sense. I mean, I guess there's Hot Rod too. Or Hot House, who's like a Micromaster base. Yeah, the Fallen being perpetually on fire is a pretty good candidate. There's also Flame. He's an evil Autobot scientist from the original from the Marvel UK comics. So I guess Flame could potentially count. Oh, that popped off. But yeah, the original Magnus here, we can see this, like all this comes out here, this comes down here. Like, again, I will point out that this entire figure is like Ultra Magnus Optimus Prime is meant to ultimately combine with Optimus Prime to form the gestalt of Omega Prime. And that very much informs a lot of the design decisions that went into Magnus, and you will get why when I get to that point. You will see exactly what I mean. Because we have those legs there. We have, oh, that popped off again. I'm just going to unpeg this for now. Because we need to get the legs out. Yeah, these are the legs here for Magnus. I'm just trying to remember how these come down. I think I'm going to have to peg these in just to get enough torque, actually. Yeah, this whole thing comes up here and folds up there. The legs. Yeah, legs. Let's just peg it in. That'll give us the torque to get these parts down because these are very tight parts. Yeah. Now we can get this down. Now we have the torque necessary to transform this. Because, yeah, those are very tight. So, yeah, plug this leg in here, too. I don't know if I'm going to do the Omega Prime transformation on the original or not, but we're going to at least do, we're at least going to do Prime and Magnus on stream. Because that just will highlight just how much different there is between these two. All right, so yes, Magnus, this all comes together here. We got these wheels just sitting here. This all pigs in. Those. This is going to come like this. This secures over there. The backpack comes down. I'm just trying to remember how this goes. Right, we have these wings back here. These are going to split. Yeah, these are going to split there, so this entire thing reverses around. This original toy did have a sound box as well, incidentally. Yes, these wings come up and around. If I'm remembering this right, it's been a while. I just remember how Magnus's back went. Oh no, it goes like this, right? Yes, this all comes down. This all comes down like this. These wings come up. These wings come up and these lock together like that. This all comes down here. And then, yeah, this comes in. This locks into the chest. These hands come down. Oh, popped off the ball joint. 20-year-old toy. That'll happen. Right. Anyway, I just need to rearrange this here. And this is the original Ultra Magnus toy from Car Robots. You can already see there's probably a lot of you can see a lot of like glaring issues with this original toy here. Oh yeah, Inferno, yes. You can see there's definitely some issues with this toy just right out the gate. Just looking at it proportionally. One, look at how long his legs are. It's kind of unavoidable, but also even just like looking at the original, like look at how high up his knees are even. And then also like just look at the lack of heel support. Like he has tiny little feet there in service of the transformation. Like he just looks really awkward. He's got this really short torso. He is absolutely a figure that is compromised because, and this is the issue with Magnus there as his own standalone character, that he is very clearly designed to combine with Optimus. But now we're going to get into the new one. Let's take a look at the new Ultra Magnus. I'm going to take Blue Bolts and put her off to the side here. Oh, sweet. Angry Birds Transformers soundtrack. By the same guy who did Transformers the movie. All right, so Magnus. I'm going to fold these up here. There's going to be a lot of similar steps. Like this all comes up here. This is all going to fold up. Let's see what else. Yeah, all this stuff is going to fold up. I'm just trying to make sure I do it the right way. Yeah, these go up like this. These all fold up like that. And just get those sides there. And then, yeah, he is still going to parts form. There's, as I said, there's no real way around that. I mean, I think he still parts forms. How do I detach this? I just want to make sure I do it right. Yes, we take all this stuff out here. Okay, and then we, all right, I see. We swing these up. Okay, and then these slot out there. Yeah, so he still parts forms. We're going to do the legs first. And you can already see here that these legs look a little bit longer here. You can see that the legs are engineered a little bit differently. Namely, the big thing here is you can see that the entire waist and thighs are on this part of the body instead of being on the upper torso. So we can bring these guys up here. You can see that these are the halves of the waist. And we just unpeg this bit here. Why is this? Oh, this is pegged in here. Yes, this comes out here. We still have these boots here, but you can see here that we have what looks like some giant heels just sitting in the back. Yep. So let's see. He's still going to have giant legs. That's just a trait of the character. There's no way around that, really. But yes, we got all this out here. How do all these fold away? Let's see. Because these go here. Yeah, okay, this is all part of the Omega Prime. Okay, yeah, the feet. Oh, interesting. Interesting. We got these giant feet here. I think these are all part of the Omega Prime feet this time around. Interesting. And then you can see this foot here is on a slider. So this is going to slide up. I'm just trying to figure out how that works. Oh, okay, yes, that slides down. Oh, I see. So we can take this out like this here. And we can use these feet. These come down here. And now he has actual heels. He has actual heels on him now. So we can bring this down. We can bring this back around. We have these actual heels. And these heels will slide out too. That might be, these heels will slide all the way there. That might be in service of the Omega Prime transformation. We'll find out in a sec. But yeah, you can see though that this is already like some big differences. Let's take this whole bundle here. Right, this needs to come down there because this is going to be the side of his leg. This all comes round and round. And then, yeah, you can see there's still a lot of similarities, but the big difference here is the actual like leg construction. You can see the halves of the waist. Yeah, so let's bring this down. Bring this guy, yeah. Let's see, we need to bring this guy up. Yeah, open that up. And bring this guy down. Okay, that's why that's there. So we bring that guy down and then we slot that back in, and that's just for the transformation. Okay. Yeah, so we take this guy around, peg it in. This all comes up there. So yeah, the fact he has, like, again, just looking at the comparison here, like with the back legs, you can see that you can see it's a similar design, but they completely re-engineered how the actual legs work there. And that gives him this giant heel support. So he actually is capable of having heels, but also ankle tilts with this new design. The original does not have actual foot articulation. This guy has full ankle tilts. It's great. So we have this here. Then just with the waist, we just ratchet this up here and peg this together. And there we have a waist. So there's the lower half of Magnus. You can already see that there's some big differences, like proportionally speaking, he still has these giant legs, but like it does look a little bit better already. There's a more defined waist. It's not very well pegged together now, but that will probably change once we finish transforming this guy. So we got Magnus here. We've got, what next? Yeah, we got this whole chest here. You can see here we no longer have those bits that have to fold out, which is nice. Yeah, we got this whole bit here that we want to unpeg. These still slide in and out, I believe. I think they do. Oh yeah, they do. There's a bit of force to them, but they still slide in and out, like on the original. For the backpack, so we'll unpeg the backpack. Bring the arms out. Bring the arms around. Let's see what else. Arms around, fold this down. And here's another detail here. They actually gave Ultra Magnus his own matrix too. So you have the option of Ultra Magnus also having the matrix. It is still a removable part. It is just stored in behind the chest. It's the same piece that came with Optimus. And it's one of the things where it's like, well, now you can display Magnus with the matrix, but you don't need to take it out of Optimus while you're doing that. So yeah, so we swivel this around. Bring this in here. There should be a peg here to lock the head in place. There should be a tab there. Yeah. So that's there. Oh, look at just that gorgeous head sculpt here. Look at that gorgeous Autobot faction symbol just sitting there in his face compared to the Hasbro with the unpainted crest. No signs of yellowing as far as I can tell. He looks good. He looks pretty good so far. Just look at him here. Like, he looks pretty pristine to my eye. But yeah, let's see. Magnus, we are almost done with him. So this is going to come down. What else? Okay, we got this guy here. I think this just stays here, or does this fold down? It might fold down. I'm going to have to consult the instructions on some of these steps for Magnus. Because, yeah, we also have this here, this whole backpack. Yeah, this is where we're starting to get into different territory from the original. And I'm going to have to like actually look at some instructions too. I'm going to have to actually consult the instructions for some of this stuff. Because now we're getting into the new novel stuff. Okay. Well, for the cab, I guess. Cab still goes up like this. And we have some actual tabs here now, so we can slot those in and lock this entire bit here. Yeah, we have all this stuff here. I'm not sure where these go down. I think it just, does it stay down like this, I think, for this mode? I think this whole bit just goes like this. Yeah. Not a fan of how this bit is chromed here too, and this is expected to peg in. But, oh well. So this all goes there. That's fairly solid. And these arms are going to peg in over here. Shoulders peg in like that. And then now we just need to do the same thing as on the other one and bring the backpack around. Backpack is going to come in like this. These guys here, are these, where do these guys go? Let's see. Because yeah, the wings are going to come out and they will lock in over here. And then we just push, yeah, they go out here. They go a little bit wider than on the original, and then we just need to push them down in. This is a little tight to push down in. I have heard that that's just a common thing on these. Some people have taken these apart and sanded bits, like Carlos did do that on his. But let's see, what else? Yeah, we got these little tabs here, so these should tab in. I am just trying to figure out like where all this stuff here tabs in. Because these, yeah, because this backpack, what am I doing wrong on this? Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so we got this, all this stuff over here. I'm just trying to figure out where these guys go. Okay, looking at the instructions here, these guys are gonna just sit over top of those, it looks like. Yes, these are gonna compress down. Oh, I see. Okay, this backpack, yeah, this backpack has to, you know, come up and down and in. Yes, this all comes in like this. And then, yeah, and then these tabs and slots go into there. That goes there. These come up. These guys come up here. And this is going to fold down as well to further secure the backpack. Like, this is one of those things I love about this thing, that everything is, like, very secured. These just tab down. This backpack is rock solid now. It's not jittery like the original one is. So we have all this here. And now we just take this waist, and we should just be able to tab this. Oh, no, we slide it in. Okay. Yeah, there's a slider here. It's a slider mechanism. So we just take this tab together waist, slide it in. And there we have it. There is Magnus in his, there is the new Magnus versus the old Magnus. There is the new God Magnus, and there's the old God Magnus. So, let's just take a look. I mean, like, this one's got a painted white face. That's because, again, the animation did that. They still have some of the, he still has some of the flaws of the original. Don't get me wrong. Like, you know, we got all this, like, we got this gappiness over here. There is no real way around that. There is just gappiness there. That's just this design. But, yeah, everything is pretty solid. Like, yeah, we've got a wider backpack here, which is pretty cool. That's closer to his appearance in the cartoon, I believe. You can see there that proportions are still pretty similar, but he does look a little bit more proportional here just because of the sculpting and stuff. Like you can see here, he has no lower abs on this one. This one does have lower abs sculpted in. Like he does have an actual torso. Like he looks like more of an actual robot. Yeah. All right. So, we also have chromed eyes on this guy too. He does have chromed yellow eyes. Let me just bend his knees a little bit just to show that off. And I'll talk about the knees in a sec here. Yeah, you can see here he has these chromed yellow eyes. Like it's just golden eyes. Like same chrome. Yeah, same chrome. No, that's paint over there. That's not the chrome. That's paint on the top. But yeah. So ball joint. Some back and forth, some up and down, some good articulation in the head. And again, like I think that a big watchword with these guys is how solid they all feel. that is when I will continue to stress that these guys are not going to fall down. He does not feel as jittery as the original does. All this stuff is pegged in pretty well here. Like these do peg in here, but like this guy here, like again, the only thing holding him up right on this one here is the fact that these bits here protrude. That is the only thing that's keeping him actually standing because he is back heavy. And then you get things like how this bit here does not peg in anywhere. This backpack here does not peg in anywhere, and it just flops around a little bit. Like, yeah. It is definitely, you have the weird appearance here. It is definitely a much less solid toy, just by comparison's sake. Much less solid toy, the original one. But yeah, so let's keep on going with articulation here. So we have swivels that go all the way around. We have full swivels there. Ball joint there, swivel above the elbow. 90-degree elbow. Everything moves pretty easily. We have this hand here, thumb goes up and down. Hand articulation is the same as on the original. You might be wondering, well, what's with the thumb here? Why is there a 5mm peg on this thumb? And that is because of one of the coolest aspects of this toy's combination, and you will see it in a little bit. Because there was a very, very cool aspect to this combination. Like those of you who know about this, yeah, don't spoil it. Let's see what else. Ratchet, nice clicky ratchet there. We got a nice swivel over here. We got a nice swivel here, like very good range of motion in the legs. Like everything feels natural. This one here is a lot tighter. There's also a lot more subtle divots on this one too, so you can actually get them into more subtle poses. We have those ankle tilts that I mentioned. Yeah, we got those giant heels. If you feel you need longer heels, we can even extend them further and give him like ginormous heels. There's no stability issues with this guy. Yeah, he is very nice. Like his biggest flaws are entirely in service of the are entirely because his design is entirely in service of combining. Like he is built in service of that combine mode there. So but yeah, the actual hands there, it is the coolest gimmick though. When I will show that, it will be very cool. But yeah, he is very nice there. He doesn't strictly have a weapon, Magnus. I mean, you can give him blue bolts, I guess, as a weapon, but he doesn't strictly have one. But they did do one more thing with blue bolts that is really cool, and I will show it right now. Because blue bolts actually has a few more configurations specifically for Magnus. I'm just trying to find the actual things here. Do they show it in the instructions? Do they show these? Oh, they do show them. Sweet. They do show this. So if we pull blue bolts back apart, into the components again, yeah, there is some very specific stuff going on with her with regards to Ultra Magnus. So let's fold these bits up here. And this is them very much addressing a problem on the original there and doing it in a very creative way. Yeah, so we can give blue bolts a few different configurations here. So obviously we can take these guns here. They can become guns from Magnus. So like Magnus, we can take these handles over here, and we can, yeah. How do these plug in? I'm just checking this. Yeah, okay. So yeah, on Magnus, we can take this here. We can put the guns in over here. Yeah, and we can give Magnus like the blue bolts guns. I'm just seeing if it holds in better. Like, does this peg in anywhere with this gun mode? Oh, I guess, yeah, we can just... Does it peg in up there? Or let's see. Oh, yeah, that is how it's supposed to go, yes. So yeah, so if we're doing this for the gun mode here, we can take these pegs back out. We can peg this back in over here onto the arm. Best to come in at the side and do it. So we can peg this gun in over here. We can take the bit that I just popped off. Yeah, because this comes apart too. So we can take all this here and give Magnus these rifles now. We can give Magnus these blue bolts rifles. Yeah, it is a very cool surprise. And all of Blue Bolts actually does become padding for Magnus as well too. So Blue Bolts has another combination, and that is going to be. I'm just checking all the different bits here. So we take these guns over here for Blue Bolts. Take the guns, go around the back, and yeah, we can plug Blue Bolts in over here. We can plug Blue Bolts over there and store her component parts in the back here. This will pad out these legs just a little bit more. I'm just making sure I'm putting it in the right thing. Yep, I am. Yep. So yeah, so we can put all this in here. Oh no! Oh, we can even just put this in all the way there too. Nice. Okay. So I don't even need this out. I can just, yeah, I can bring this in around all the way. Bring this in, and there's still room for this to peg in. So you can store these in there just to fill out the back of Ultra Magnus's legs a little bit there. Then we can take the missiles. The missiles we can store. Is it in here? Yeah, the missiles we can store in there. Missiles can go in there. And what else? What else is there? There's more stuff. Oh, right. These lower bits go inside here too. So these guys, how do these fit in? Oh, okay. I see. Okay, so we'll take these guys out first because these go in here first. We can peg. Yeah, we can tab this in over here. Looks like these tab in. Is it this way, I think? Yeah, so we can tab these in over here. Sorry, I'm just checking the instructions. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so the way these peg in here, it looks like that these. I see. So this little peg hole here. We take the 5mm peg from there, and then this will go in here. Yeah, this peg's in there. Then there's another peg another tab that'll slot in over there. So that just, yeah, you can see here, this just bulks out the back of the legs here. And then we put these ones in afterwards just to close everything up. So yes, these will just go in here. Like, just the fact that there's like all these multiple connection points, this is like just very well thought out from an engineering standpoint. So that goes in there. And then, yeah, then this just tabs in over here to the main part of the leg. That all just tabs together like this. Yeah, and then we put these back in here. And these guys, what's the, yes, that goes in, and I'm just checking to make sure I get the configuration right. So, yeah, and then these guys tab in over here. Let's bring this around. Have this guy in here. Yeah, so we got all this. Look at just this here. There's just all this stuff here, all built in service of padding up Ultra Magnus's legs. So we can put all this stuff in here. Now Ultra Magnus has some actual like weight in bulk and heft in his legs. Like, yeah, it's not really necessary, but the fact they have all this weapon storage is really cool. Yeah, and what else? What else? What about the torso, you say? Well, the torso addresses the other big gap in him, and that is the torso is going to go into his torso. So let's see. I'm just double checking the instructions on this. See how this works. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, so we open this back up here. Open this up. And this little tab here, this little tab here is going to go into this peg here, and Blue Bolt is just going to store in underneath. Let me just make sure I do this right. Let's see. Yeah, because Blue Bolt's is going to peg in over here. That's just going to store in there. I think it goes like this. I'm just double checking. No, other way around. Okay. Other way around. So yeah, Blue Bolts goes in like this here, and that just stores in there. And then we can bring this all down, close this back up. And there, now we have some actual stuff like, filling out that little hollow cavity in Magnus that's always been there. And yeah, so there is Magnus with all of his Blue Bolts filler. Like the fact that they made her so that she could, like, serve another purpose other than having a separate robot and still store in Magnus is really cool. And again, like, just the fact that I'm posing Magnus right now and that Magnus's ankle tilts is honestly really, really cool. Like, you cannot pose this figure very well at all. Like, those legs are not really posable. Those legs are bricks. Even though they, like, just, yeah, again. This is the first ratchet bend on this. This is the other first ratchet bend. You cannot stand Ultra Magnus like this. He just simply does not, he has no heel support. He is completely incapable of standing in any, like, pose other than straight like this. He is unable to stand unsupported. This Magnus, on the other hand, look at how, I've already got him, like, just with his, yeah. I can actually put this Magnus in a dynamic pose. Like, just, oh my god, the fact that I can even pose him like this is nothing short of incredible. Yes, some of these bits are a little bit looser than I would like, I'm noticing. But, like, just, oh my god. Like, just, yeah. This is amazing. I love this. This is great. Yeah, he is fantastic. He is spectacular. He is web of. And we're like 3 hours in, so all that we have left now is the Omega Prime combination. And before we get into that, I am just going to take a quick break, refill. Now is a good opportunity for people if they need to stretch quickly. Go do that. I will be right back. And, oh, I should put up this last screenshot of Magnus. Hold up. Why have I not done that? I will be right back, and then we will get into the final phase of this. Let's see. All right, we're coming back. We are coming back in just a second. I am just walking back over, and yeah, but this is all really cool stuff so far. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is a fun toy. This is a really fun toy. This is a really fun toy. I hope you're all enjoying it. All right, so where we left off, yeah, we did Fire Convoy and then the Super Fire Convoy configuration. We did God Magnus. And again, they look really good together. Like, the fact remains that we can actually do an A stance on Ultra Magnus, and that is kind of beyond amazing. Like, I'm just going to pull this one out here for a sec. Let's pull the original out for a second and just get these two bad boys just next to each other here. Just standing like that. There is another thing I will show as well too. And that is that he does come with stands. He does come with character stands as well. And let me get those out, because that's in one of the other boxes. One of the concepts in the series was they used the space bridge to get from place to place. And in the series, the space bridge was literally like roads. It was straight up just like road, like another dimension. They would just all drive on roads that like had openings like in different parts in the world. And yeah, we have two of these here. We have one for Optimus, one for Magnus. I'm just pulling out all the different bits here for these. I don't know if I'm going to display these in finality with all this stuff, but yeah. So we have these space bridge stands here. We can actually clip these together as well too. There are clips in the box there, so you can clip both of these together, and make just a giant road. Or what we can do is we can take this, we can slide this on. We can slide this. No, we probably want to do it like this. You can slide these on here, and we have stands now for Optimus and Magnus. So we can take that like that there. You can see here that we have like just a peg hole back here, so we can slot this in over there. And let's see if I can get this to work. I don't know if they're different lengths or not. They might be. Yeah, you can see that this whole piece is, I guess if we widen the legs a little bit, it's probably sculpted for the Optimus as well. Yes, we can put him on there. We can put him on the stand. There. He objects. He's on the stand, but he objects. Yeah, it's not fitting very well in Omega Prime mode, honestly, on this stand. Maybe there's an extender for it. Let me see. There might be let me just check this here. Oh, there's a different peg to use for him. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, so this is the peg you would use for Optimus, the smaller peg here. For the Super Fire Convoy, for the trailer combination, we use this peg here, and we put this one in over here. And there, it takes him off the ground a bit too, actually. Yeah, so we can have him just standing above. I'm just seeing if there's another peg that this is supposed to go in, but yeah, he's just floating. He is just floating now. And yeah, it looks like that's just how it's supposed to go. So he is just floating. Magnus, we can do the same thing with this stand. There should be where's the peg for Magnus? I don't see a peg right now. Yeah, I'm trying to spot where the peg is. Because like we can just stand Magnus over there, I guess, but I don't know if there's a. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. For Magnus. Yeah, for Magnus, we use these those pegs over here. So Magnus comes on this differently. Magnus, we peg in this way. So we would want to slide this in. Yeah, we still want to slide this in the other direction, I guess. Slide this one on this way. And then this peg is going to go into Magnus over here. That's going to go in there. And then there. Like, yeah, now they are fully supported by stands. So I can say do something like this, and he will still stay up. Because, yeah, stand support. Yeah, we got JoJo characters entering the chat. Yeah, it's this one here, right? Oh no, it is this. Oh, it is this one here that we want to use for the peg, I think. Oh no, it's not that one. It's no, it's still this bottom one. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so there we go. We got Magnus on his stand now, and then when we got Optimus on the stand, and he's floating a little bit there. But I'm gonna pull these stands out because I've got these here. I figured I would just show these before I keep going. I figured I would just show these stands, and God, this track is noisy. You know what? I'm gonna go manually pick a different audio track because there is a specific one I want to put on before we start in on this. Because it's been a while since I put the Car Robots opening on. Because Car Robots has a very good opening. By the same guy who did the Digimon Adventure opening, like the original Digimon Adventure opening by Wada Koji. Yeah, we're gonna bring this in here. All right, let's go with some proper Car Robots opening. Bring this one on again. Because now we're gonna get into the meat of this. We're gonna get into the combination. I'm just gonna pull Blue Bolts back out and just get her into robot mode. I just want to have Blue Bolts like with these two as well. But like again, the fact that we have all this storage for Blue Bolts is kind of nuts. Like she is a very good figure on her own. Like an amazing concept, knowing the actual fiction behind her. Like they didn't have to go as hard as they did on this set. Like our Haslab's cash grabs. They absolutely are cash grabs. I will not dispute that. They absolutely are cash grabs. Are they cash grabs that are made with a lot of love and care? They are also cash grabs made with a lot of love and care. Like something can be evil capitalism, but it can also be really cool. Because the people who live and work in the capitalist system, they themselves are, just trying to do as cool stuff as they can. Like the design teams are all fans. The design teams love what they do. They love their job. They love the aspects of these jobs where they get to actually show off their talents and make really cool stuff and get everyone excited for it. This is the kind of stuff they live for. This is why they do what they do. Yeah. Convoy. Yeah, let's get Blue Bolts in her. But yeah, seriously, the Car Robots opening is just so good. So good. Yeah, I'm not going to do the Omega Prime transformation for the original first, purely because I'm just looking back over chat and remembering, oh right, there was a certain surprise that I'm going to want to preserve. So let's keep it on the new. Let's do the new one first instead of doing the old one first, because there is a certain aspect of the transformation I think that Sleep will be like, oh my god, wait, what? But yeah, so we got Blue Bolts there, we've got Optimus, and we've got Magnus. And they all look really good together. Yeah. So we're gonna start, before we get going, we actually need to pull Optimus' stuff down. Because he does not combine from super mode. So we actually need to pull him out of super mode. And I'll use that as an opportunity to just get a picture of everybody, like just in their regular modes. Like all these Optimus parts actually, like, this is a thing going back to the original toy. These parts do not actually go anywhere when you get them out of combine mode. And that is a fair criticism of this design, that the trailer doesn't do anything outside of super mode. That being said, there is apparently a fan mode that they built into this toy that can use all of the parts, that can like just do the Omega Prime transformation and just use all of these extra parts here. I don't know if anyone actually knows specific. I think people have kind of figured it out, but we don't have any official confirmation. Like they did mention they were going to show it off in a stream at some point, but we haven't seen that yet. Like the Hasbro designers. But yes, there is in fact a fan mode for that configuration. And again, I want to speak to just this waist design here, like how well done this waist design is, because yeah, we have this little flap here that folds up there. It goes down there, and that flap is there specifically just to brace this bit here so that we can actually put weight on it. And yeah, let's bring the head out. Bring this guy out here. Because yeah, we want to get Optimus with his brother, like for proper posability purposes. Just to showcase the two of them. Let's slide that head forward because I missed that before. And then yeah, then we'll pop the boots off. Again, just very rock solid combination here. Like just even in here with the feet, yeah. Like these lock on very well. Everything locks on very well. Like it does not feel like it's gonna just pop off. Like just by mishandling it. You can take all that stuff there. I can take this guy here. There we go. And there we have, I'm gonna move these parts off to the side. But yeah, there we have Optimus. We have we have his brother, Ultra Magnus, and we have Blue Bolts down here. Just doing her best to, Bolt Blue style, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, so we have this whole trio right here. There we go. Yeah, so we have this whole trio here. I'm just going to, you know what, I'm going to put this into some of the base mode stuff there, just for the sake of getting this out of the way. I'm just going to put this in a base mode configuration. And yeah, now I just want to get this out of the way. I'm just going to put this here, put this like that there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna, let's close this back up. Close this back up, get this out of the way. Like the base mode is, I guess the fact that it has the base mode is good in this sense because it gives you something to do with all of these parts when they are not combined together. Yeah, so I can take all this here, I can put all this here, and yeah. Now I can actually just stand that up over there, get it out of the way. The rest of the parts I'm just gonna throw off to the side for now. But yeah, there is a shot of all three of these together, and of course we need to bring in Cerebrus as well, because we almost forgot about Cerebrus. So let's put Cerebrus there. Yeah, yeah. This whole family photo looks fantastic. They all look really good together. So, all right, time for the pièce de résistance. Time for the Omega Prime combination. All right. This is where the fun begins. This is where the fun begins here. Because we have this whole... Yeah, now we have to power up Optimus with the power of Ultra Magnus and put them both together. And, okay, there's going to be a couple of steps to this here. We're going to start with the Magnus steps. We are going to start with the Magnus steps here. And for Magnus, we need to start just popping bits off of him. So Blue Bolts will just go over there. I'll put Optimus there. And for Magnus, we start by popping his hands off. Take the hands off. These are going to be the Omega Prime hands. And then we are also going to pull this waist back out, because these are going to be the legs for Omega Prime. So yeah, pull this apart. Pull all this stuff apart, and we need to start reconfiguring all these bits. And I'm just looking to see what all is involved. So we bring all that stuff back down here like we had it before. And we're going to start just untransforming stuff, because there's going to be parts that are moving around like crazy in this area, in this whole thing here. So let's bring all this stuff back in. Bring these back in, peg these back in. Again, all this, I really like how they still have room for the waist in this whole bit of the transformation here. All this stuff goes in fairly solidly and secures. And yeah, and now we start to get into some of the fun stuff here, with regards to legs. Because, yeah, we have these guys here. Yeah, we have all this stuff here that comes around. This all I'm kind of guessing at some of this stuff here because it's like, well, yeah, so all this stuff comes around here. This guy, where does that guy go? 'Cause that's not gonna, am I doing this right? Because, let's see. No, I must be missing something. Hold up. No, I think, okay, yeah, this is where Optimus's feet are gonna go, in here, right. But does this, I think that's where they go. But yeah, these are gonna fold up all the way though. Like we already saw that these fold up like this. These are gonna fold up further like that there. Let's just see if I can figure out the rest here. Once I get one of these. Okay, yeah, so we got all this stuff here. Let's see. We bring these guys back out. Oh no, that stays in there. Okay, I guess I did take that out already. Yeah. So those go like that. This is where that foot slider comes in. This comes out like that there. And these are going to, yeah, these are going to swing up like this. And yeah, we're going to detach a whole bunch of stuff here. And yeah, this comes up like this over here. And oh, okay, I see. This guy comes out, and that's going to peg in over there. Okay, so that's going to go like this, and yeah, this is going to sit like this here. We got this guy over here. You can see here that there's going to be a foot that goes in there. This is going to close up and lock up here. This is going to close up and lock up there. This guy's going to come down here. Oh, I see. There's a couple tiny little pegs here. So that's going to secure this there. That's going to go in there. Everything's going to line up here. And then we bring all this down here. And this is going to be the foot for the combined mode. This is going to be the combined mode foot there. Let's do the other one. Again, it's kind of cool just comparing these Magnuses because you already saw looking at the old one there. If I bring up the old one again, if I bring up the old Ultra Magnus, you can see here that like the feet are still like stored in there, and it's just very different in terms of how those feet come out and how they all transform. So like yeah, it's very cool how they re-engineered these legs so that the legs are still going to look the same as they always have for Omega Prime, but they are going to be engineered entirely differently. So bring all this stuff around. No, is it right? This all goes in like this. This comes up like this. This guy goes there. Again, it's nuts how solid everything feels so far. Like this guy comes out. This guy comes out like that. That goes there. This guy pops up. Yeah, this guy pops up. This all locks in here. Like just all these locking mechanisms. Yeah, this all locks up. Then this guy can lock in here. I was checking, are there tabs and slots I'm missing, or? Oh, right, it's not tabbed in here. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, so that guy goes down there. Then we tab this guy in over here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. There we have both the legs, both the feet there. Oh, and I did a bit wrong here. Hold up. I did a bit wrong. These need to come back out. These need to come back out, and we're going to be using these as a locking mechanism, I think. So these are going to come over here. So again, let's take this back out. These come back out there. Anyway, there we go. So there's the feet. There's the feet. Okay, the hands here, you can see here, we have these hands, and I will get, yeah, and we're going to get to the really cool part with the hands very shortly. I'm going to keep these closed for a sec. Because you will see like what is very cool about this if I do it this way. And that is, I'll just do it right now because this is just so cool, this whole bit. I'm just double checking to see if there's anything I need to do here. We need to fold up the head. Oh, fold these back down. Open it up. Let's see, push the head back and fold it in. And what else in Optimus do we need to do? Yeah, we need to turn these around like this. Is it like that we turn those, or? No, it's just like, oh no, it's just like this here. I'm just checking to see what else for Optimus. Okay, and we need to do that same extension that we did before with this. We're going to bring this guy out like this here, and we are going to, once again, we are going to use that waist brace. So we don't want to bring it up all the way. We just want to bring it down to about, yeah, let's see. We want to bring it down to about there. And again, we bring that up. We bring this guy up. We swing this guy out. We brace this entire area here, and then lock it all together. And again, we have this. We're going to reuse this ab crunch. We're going to reuse this ab crunch. We got those folded up already. We got the heels folded up already. All right, and what's this showing for the arms? Oh no, that's just, yeah, so now we can start doing the transformation here. Let's see. So we got this whole bit here. It's just step it. It's a very super robot transformation, very similar in terms of how this works. It's just going to be like we step in. We're going to step in here. This is going to peg in over here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to open this up. I'm going to open these up first, just for the sake of making this easier. So that, yeah. So we're going to take this here. Let's just super robot this. So we got this here. Optimus is standing here. He steps into this boot. He steps into the boot. Let's see. Is there a tab back there, or is it? This all comes around here. This guy's going to close up around that. And that's going to secure that even further. We've now got 2 points of contact. There's 3 points of contact because it's going to go in back here. So we have 3 pegs securing, 3 points of contact securing that. Now this comes in here. This is going to close around, giving us 4 points of contact. And then this is going to just come up here, and this is going to tab in there. And that is his very, very solid Omega Prime leg. Again, this is just anime as hell. Anime as hell. So yeah, so again, we're going to just treat this as this anime super robot thing here. Where it's just, Optimus just steps in, leans back in here, back pegs in, this comes over side, pegs that in, this switches in here, again, super robot-y, and then this guy just comes up over there, and then I forgot to extend the foot here, so let's fix that. That's extended. All right, and now we have the super robot legs. We have these giant super robot boots, and it is an incredibly solid connection. As I showed, we got like 4 different points of contact there for pegging these in, like, yeah. And because we have that really strong waist ratchet there, like we've got plenty of support for it. I'm just gonna bring these guys out because I don't know if I need to. Do I need to pull those? I think so. I think I need to pull those. All right, and now we get into the magic. Because you're gonna love this. So you remember how I mentioned how I said pay attention to this 5mm port? Well, like Optimus has a 5mm port. So say, what if as part of the combination? What if as part of the actual combination for this, Ultra Magnus and Optimus Prime were to shake hands? What if they shook hands, a fully pegged in handshake over here, and then what if once they were shaking hands, the entire hand opened up, and this pegged in back here. Hold up. Do I have this right? No. No, these swing around. And then, what happened if I pegged that in here, and then this piece came in here, and then everything locked back down. And then we got a giant combiner fist made from the power of a handshake. And I didn't even notice this here. Look it. Check it. We got like an embossed Autobot symbol right there too, like right in the forearm. And again, we're going to do this again here too, because again, the power of friendship. Ultra Magnus and Optimus are going to use the power of friendship to combine. Like, that is straight up what it is like in the show, too. It's like just full on them, because them combining is very much like he is lending his powers to Optimus to combine. So it is just straight up. It's like, yeah, like they straight up. Yeah, when they found out, from what I remember, when the toy designers found out that the handshake was going to be like the mechanism they were doing for this, they made damn well sure to actually make sure the toy could do the handshake because it's just such a cool concept. And yeah, that just wraps around like that. And there, now we have forearms. Now we have these giant forearms here for the Omega Prime combination. All right. Now I need to transform the top cab area of Magnus into that configuration for Omega Prime. Right. So let's take all that there. Let's come back over here. And I'm just trying to remember how this, let's see if I can look all this stuff up. This all comes around here. Like that hides back away. Yeah. And the backpack comes back out. Yeah, backpack comes out like this again. The Magnus head goes up into here. And this is just going to go back in here. And this is going to keep the help secure the back. Yeah, that goes back into the backpack. The Magnus head. Like so. Like this all just pegs back. Does this peg in or? Oh yeah. This just all goes back in over here. And then what else is it showing? Okay, then we keep bringing the backpack down. This comes back in. This closes over Magnus's head there. And then we and then we come around here and these are going to come out. These are going to, did this stay pegged in there? I'm just checking this. Okay, these guys, I'm just trying to make sure. These all come out like this. These come back out. These come back down. So this all goes like this now. Yeah, this all comes down like this. Yeah, these guys just sit there. Is it this way they go, or is it the other way? Hold up. I'm just double checking this. No, that's right. That's right. Yeah, these go around like this. Those go down like that. And now we keep going. Now we have this whole panel here. This panel comes down. And on the original toy, I will show this later, but on the original toy, these details over here are actually made by Ultra Magnus's thighs themselves. On this one here, they just sculpted it in. They used some fake bits here just to do some, Hollywood magic. So those will come down like that. That'll come down like that there. And then what else? We bring the chest plate open, I guess. We bring these wings back out. We bring these wings back out like this, and bring these wings out, bring these guns up, bring these guns here up, and then these just go up like this. Let's see, we need to get this in here. Now we get to do the head reveal. Here is the Omega Prime head. Like just hidden in there, hidden away. That comes up. And then, let's see, we're not done yet. We are not done yet. Still lots of movie magic happening. So that head comes up. These little guys here, these are going to untab. Yeah, the sides of this cab here are going to come out. These are going to come out. These are going to go in over here. These are going to come up. Those wheels are going to come up. Those are going to form pauldrons. And I'm pretty sure this is a case where, yes, this guy is going to start coming up here because we are compressing this entire chest area. Yes, this is all going to come in. I'm just checking to see how this goes. Yeah, this is more or less how it's going so far. So this whole bit comes in like this and comes back down like that. And there we have now brought this entire chest assembly in a little bit. Yeah, Yeah, this entire assembly has come inwards. I don't know if this folds up like that. I think it does. So this, yeah, this all comes in here. This is going to lock in over there. And yeah, we have this entire assembly here. And now we get back to the, we go back to those other chrome parts that we put aside. We have these. We have these guys here. These are going to be these are going to go on Omega Prime's ears. I'm just making sure I do this the right way. What is the correct configuration? Right, this side is in front. This side is in front. So yeah, so we're going to put one of these on here. And then we're going to grab the other one, which is on here somewhere. That's fine. Here we go. Yep, then we're going to grab the other one, plug this one in here. Yeah, so we have all this right now. I'm just checking. I'm just double checking some stuff. I think these are supposed to sit out that way. Yeah, those are supposed to sit there. And then those go up. This whole thing compresses like this. And what else is it showing us do before we... What else do I have to do? Oh, there's some stuff with the backpack, I think. There's some stuff with the backpack. Oh, it's what I did already. It's showing me compressing that chest up. Okay, so we are almost done now. We are almost done. Let me just fold this sheet back up here again. We did the handshake. We did the handshake, and now we take this whole assembly here. This whole guy here is going to come back in. We're going to come over here. Yeah, we're going to come over here with this whole assembly. Yeah, God, this is just so well thought out. We got this whole assembly here. And actually, how's this supposed to be folding up? Okay, because it's showing this. Okay, I think we want to do this whole thing out like this to start. Because yeah, we're going to have these two slots here. These are going to come down over here. Let me just bring this guy out here like that. So this is going to come down. This is going to just tab in over there. And you can already see things where things are going to go. Yes, we got these giant shoulder pads there. Like this whole backpack is looking pretty solid already in terms of just where it is. Does it peg in though too? It does. Yes, there's a little tab there for the backpack. So once we get this guy on, once we get that guy on, the backpack's going to tab in, and that is going to secure there. And what left? What is left? Not much. Not much left once that's on. Now we take this whole guy down here. Yeah, it's going to use those same tabs here. It's going to use these same slots over here that we saw before for Omega Prime. And just, that's going to tab in over there. Lock this whole bit down here. Then this is going to come down. And that's going to form a waist cover. And yeah, and then we bring this guy down and we can lock this in place now, just over there. Yeah, so that locks in there. Those stay there. That goes there. I kind of love that we're getting the victory music as I'm combining this. Different show, but it's just the right vibes. It's 100% the right vibes. So now we come back around. We got this guy here. This guy folds up. Oh. Oh, okay. That guy goes there. And then, and then we tab that into that slot that I mentioned there before. Oh, and then these guys come in back behind. These guys come in here. Those guys just sit over there. And, oh, they still fold up more. Yeah, these guys still fold up a little bit more. Okay. Yeah, so we bring these guys around, and we fold these guys up like this. Yes, that whole backpack just all compresses like that. And then once we do all that, then we bring this guy back down, and then this locks back in on that tab. But there, now we have this entirely compacted backpack there. And then we just bring these guys back in. Yeah, bring these guys in. Make sure this pack is pegged in. There it is. Yeah, and I think we are almost done now. We are. I think this might be it. Okay. Yeah, that is Omega Prime. That is Omega Prime fully combined. That is this whole combination of Optimus Prime and Ultra Magnus, and he looks really, really good. Oh my god, this looks phenomenal. I'm going to transform the original too, and it's going to just drive home just how different this is. But just look how solid this thing is overall. Like you just got like the back is really, really clean. Like just everything pegs together very solidly. Like nothing feels flimsy at all. Yeah, it's just we got these giant hands here, and Blue Bolts does have a place here as well too. I'm gonna transform her back into her Blue Bolts gun mode because yeah, her gun is going to mount on here. So we're going to take her out. We're going to take Blue Bolts around. We are going to spin the waist. Bring this in. Bring this in. Bring this guy in. Do I not have this quite right? There we go. And then and then take the other leg. Take the other leg, bring it in, tap it all together. Tap all this stuff together there. There we have the core of Blue Bolts. Put the missiles in. And then we just, we slap this onto the other bit. Bring that back up. Pegging these bottom bits here. Yeah, so we got Blue Bolts back over here in her gun emplacement mode. We're going to turn her around like this. We're going to take her like this here. And we are going to, we're going to take these 4 slots up here. Those 4 slots up there are going to tab in for these bits on Blue Bolts here. And that is going to just go in over there. And there, now we have this entire combination secured. Just flip those around there. And there, that is the whole final form there for Omega Prime. With Blue Bolts attached. Like, yeah, this looks, oh my god, this is gorgeous. This is just really, really nice. Oh, this one is, these peg in here too. Cool. Okay, so I can peg that in there. Okay. I'm just making sure everything's secured. Yeah, the wing, this backpack here is nice and secure. We got this stuff here. Does this peg in? No, that doesn't peg in there. Okay, that just sits there, but it's sitting there securely. So like there's Omega Prime there, just with everything combined. We need to compare this properly. So I am going to combine the original as well, because we need a proper comparison. It's only fair. Like the original is probably going back in storage after this, honestly. So let's give it one last hurrah. Let's give the original like one last hurrah, and you can already see that this is just how flimsy this guy kind of is in points for combination. It's a very ambitious toy, the original Omega Prime combination. It's incredibly ambitious, but yeah, you can see here, you can see kind of like all the flaws just jumping out. It's just, it's trying to do a lot. And it is somewhat successful. Like to the point, it's successful enough to the point it is very memorably remembered as a toy. This is a very memorably remembered toy. So we got that there. We got all this here. We got the core there for the Omega Prime combination, and I will figure out the rest. Let's move all these bits out of the way that we don't need, and then we're gonna just keep. We're gonna pull out God Magnus, And we are going to just put these guys back together. And again, it's going to be similar. We're going to pop off the hands. Honestly, this figure probably lives as Omega Prime in most people's collections because, again, like look at Magnus. Look at Magnus. Magnus, you don't really want to pose on his own. Like Magnus is kind of just he's a little bit of a wet blanket of a toy, and that's just his curse. That's the curse of Magnus, just because of how he's designed. There's not a lot he can do about it. Yeah, so we got all this stuff here. You should be able to see how some of the bits here come from Magnus. Like it's all very similar engineering, so there's not going to be a lot of surprises per se. Let's see, the main thing I need to do is make sure that before I unpeg these, I bring those in there. Otherwise, this is just a pain. Yeah, so there. So yeah, so you can see here that this detail here on the character model that detail on the actual Omega Prime character model is referencing this detail here on the toy. It is referencing that specific detail on the toy whereby they have the whereby like it's just got like the the ratchet just sticking out. So it's honestly very clever. Like I'm not knocking it. It's incredibly clever. But yeah, so we bring these guys up here. We bring these out. We're gonna have we're gonna have these pads that. Oh, I missed that on Omega Prime. Hold up, I missed a bit. I missed a detail. Let's fix that. So Omega Prime, I missed that. I missed the detail with the shoulder pads because these shoulder pads also fold out. And let's see if I can do this without untransforming the toy. Maybe not. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I missed that. Those come down too. Like it's a less noticeable detail because you've got those arms in the way, but these do fold down. Those do fold down there as shoulder pads. There's nothing that pegs in or anything there, but it's just, and yeah, you really can't, there's not a lot you can see there. It's just because of the, the chest, but he does have those shoulder pads. Yeah, and then this guy here, you can see that those fold there. We get the Omega Prime head that comes up over here. And I might be missing another part because I see this one has a gap filler. So I might be missing something over there. I'll take a look. Yeah, this guy comes up here. Again, let's see, this doesn't actually peg in here solidly. So again, you can kind of see like what the running thing is going to be with this toy. Let me just get these back down for a sec. I need to get the backpack back up and around, and these are in the way. Yeah, bring the backpack back up and around. Magnus's head is just going to go back in here. These are going to come out. This is all going to just, this all just comes around like this. These come up here. These come back up. These come back out and down. Back out and down. I'm not going to try and do anything as quite, I'm not going to do anything quite as ceremonious on transforming this guy here. Let's see. This waist bit, that bit goes down there because that's the crotch area. Magnus, right, the head for Magnus does go back up in like this, I think, because this whole bit needs to come down. Yeah, it's still a case of these are going to dock. There's a couple of ports there that are going to dock. Yeah, Magnus's head is still in the way. Let me see if I can get that. Oh, yeah, it just sits up there. Yeah, so Magnus's head is just going to sit up here, I think. Oh, no, that doesn't make sense. Hold up. Because if the Magnus head is there, I can't get this down. Maybe I need to bring it up there. Let's just see. Oh, yeah, Magnus's head. We just take that out here. We flip it around. Okay. Yeah, Magnus's head, it's just going to be this, comes around like this. And then we got this guy here that is going to come in up top. Yeah, we got those two slots there. This did not come down quite yet. Yeah, sorry. Like, honestly, this combination is not like that unstable of a combination or anything. It's just, well, you'll see. I'm kind of going off memory of how stuff goes. Yes, this guy goes up here. These guys are going to sit up there. This whole guy comes down over here. That again, those clip into the chest there. We have these shoulder pads here. What else? Now we have these arms. That all goes in there. This guy just floats there. Like, it just floats. Yeah, this guy comes, this guy's not up all the way. There we go, now it's mostly up. Yeah, so we got this stuff here. Oh, that guy is not in right. There we go. Right, these guys kind of need to fold out back here. Otherwise they get in the way of the arms. Yeah, the backpack needs to come up here. That all folds down there. I think Magnus's head just kind of just sits here. I think that's just how it goes. Yeah, we got this here. We got those wings there. That's more or less the torso mode for this. These guys fold down over here. And they don't really fold out of the way on this design. They kind of just sit there. And then as for this, we just bring all this around, bring these in, lock them in place. And that's the upper body on Omega Prime. So you can already see that there's a big difference in terms of how stuff works. Like, just the overall elegance of this thing. Like, these things, yeah, these guys can go up like that, I guess. But like, yeah, like everything well, I'll show you once we get through this. I will illustrate this once we get through this guy. But yeah, suffice to say, let's see, get this on here. Peg that handshake in. Unfold the fist. Flip this around. Oh, yeah, we still have a sculpted Autobot symbol here. It's just not as noticeable because we got that 5mm in the middle of it. But there's the one hand. Other hand, let's do the handshake again. Let's handshake this guy. Again, what a very, very cool design gimmick. There's a reason this toy is memorable. That handshake is one of the reasons, because it is just a very, very clever design touch, and I'm glad that they did not get rid of that. And I don't think they could get rid of it, honestly, because it's just such it's one of the iconic elements of this toy. So yeah, so we got all this stuff here, and then we just need to do the legs. So these are going to go in. This is going to, let's see, it's going to be very similar. These guys come up here. That lets it lock in over here. And you can see it's a very similar design in terms of how a lot of stuff is going. And that's going to still be the same types of, it's going to be the same sort of like the way how this secures. We got like a foot over there. Right, we got a foot there that comes around and out, and just like that. Like, you can see how a lot of this is still very similar, but it's very impressive just how much they were able to change for this guy. in terms of just, you know, Banzai, 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 Transformer. Yeah, so we got all this here. Bring this guy down. Yeah, and it's going to be the same type of gimmick here with the legs, where we just snap, yeah, close this up. It's just going to be, we bring this in. The foot is going to step in, lock. And as for locking points on this one, the foot goes in there. Let's see. We got that locking point, and I think this needs to come out like that, yeah. Yeah, we got that locking point. We have this locking point. And then we have this locking point. And that's really it for how these feet lock in. There's just like the 2 locking points, and that's it. There's no there's a lot less connective points for this guy. A lot less connecting points. But again, we'll just put this guy back in here. We'll just have him step into his shoes. We will bring all this around here. That will not lock in. And then we'll lock this in. Close this up. All right, and that... I need to put blue bolts on him still. But this is the original Omega Prime, and I think it should already be jumping out. Just, you know, some of the... just how it is not nearly as elegant of a toy. Sorry, I'm just looking to see if there's a thing that flips up to cover that flap, because it feels like a shortcoming if there isn't. Does it really not? Oh, Beast Wars they have not done that. No. No, they've not really done it much they've not really done much of any collabs with Trigger aside from that 40th anniversary video. But yeah, hold up, I'm just looking to see where I'm just looking to see if there is something that fills in that gap, because that feels like the most really that's still there aspect of this toy. The fact that I have a gap there, that's at the top of the like it's a smaller gap, but like they definitely compressed that gap, but I'm just trying to see if there's a way to fill that in that I missed. Because yeah, that compresses up. Let me just double check. Is there a way for this? Let's unpeg this for a second, so bear with me. I just want to see if there's if there's anything that folds up here to fill in this little gap there. And it doesn't look like there is, really. Huh. Okay. Well, that is like the one drawback on this toy. That's a very small list of drawbacks. That's the one thing that this thing is not doing as well as the original. That it has this little gap over here just in the actual unless there's another way to fill it up, but no, I don't see one. But yeah, so we'll bring this back up in here then, and just, oh, I didn't even notice that. So I didn't even notice that when we bring this down here, that these side bits here are also pegging in there, and they are securing this chest plate in place. But yeah, so let's bring blue bolts back down. But yeah, you can see just the differences between the old and new toys here. I mean, like, you know, a lot of things. The wings sit a lot lower on this one. This is more accurate to how the animation handled the wings. Like the backpack did sit higher in the actual cartoon. You can also see there's the big thing with floppiness on this older one. Like, just look at this design here. Like, everything depends on the original on this one joint here that has no support or bracing to hold everything together. You can see that it is like not doing the greatest job there, because it also relies entirely on this waist to keep everything together, and that waist is slipping very easily. And then again, like, this is the first step of the ratchet. The first step of the ratchet, these are like, I guess you got ankle tilts on the original, but like, he is not standing very well. You can't really get you can't really get much in terms of posing out of him. And just look at how floppy everything is in general. Like, this backpack is just flopping around. I guess I can lock that in, but like, just there's like very little secure it. We got like these guys just these pieces just sitting out in the back there, and there's nowhere really for them to go. Conversely, on this one, well, for one, there was how solid we saw the legs were. Like, there's like 4 points of connection for the legs. These guys are all designed here to fold in and get out of the way as well. This backpack pegs in solidly. There's lots of connection points on everything. This chest plate just sits there rock solid. This one is not pegged into anything in particular. And there's nothing like really keeping the wings out, unlike this one where they are actually like kind of held out by the design. Yeah, it's just huge difference. Let me just get these guys in a pose just to compare them. And then I'll just take this. Yeah, I'll take this blue bolts here, and I will put him in as well. I'll put the OG blue bolts in there. Yeah. Yeah, so OG blue bolts comes around here. I fold this up, and it just pegs in at these with these top holes over there, just to sit over top like that. I need to dig out the missiles, but yeah, that is the original versus the new. Like this guy, I need to like massage it to get into a pose where he doesn't start to fall over. Like, just look at how floppy those legs are. Look at how floppy those legs are. And I'm just trying to get like these arms into a decent pose too. Like, yeah, it's okay. There we go. There we got him in a sort of neutralish stance. But like this guy feels rock solid. I can just pick him up. I can shake him around. He's not flopping or anything like that. Let me just back him up. I just want to get these in a comparison shot, just so you can see like the old and new. Yeah. So, what else? Let's look at articulation on Omega Prime here. So we got this new head that got revealed. You know, we got some blue chromed eyes there. We got these gold. You know, we got the gold ears. The ears can turn like they're chromed. They can turn. They are really cool. Yeah, so he can do a lot of expressiveness there. Shoulders, let's see. Shoulders are still the same, more or less. You know, with the up and down. Like this guy can swing up if we move the arm. We got that full range of motion still in the arms there too. And as for these hands, let's see, thumb goes up and down, and it's like just 2 points of articulation in the hand now versus just the 1. So like not the most posable hands. Not the most posable hands, but I mean, yeah, they're all right. What else? We still have that ab crunch. Ab crunch still works. We can get him down there. We can give him a bit of an ab crunch. You know, like, and then we just need to bend this stuff around, you know, the waist pad around there, just with it. But yeah, let's see what else. Waist does articulate. This waist piece will get in the way of that. He doesn't have like the most waist articulation, but he does have some. Hold up, let me get these guys back out of the way. Yeah, because these do not, yeah, so waist is about there. You know, so it's still pretty good. Legs, we have leg articulation is pretty much all the same. The only real difference here is just these ankles, and they do still have some very good range of motion in terms of the ankle tilts. And as we already established, these ratchets here in the waist are very solid. I can get him in this pose, and he is holding this pose no problem. Like, you do not need a stand for this toy to support itself. This toy will support itself without a stand. It does not need an additional like JoJo magical creature in order to actually be able to fight its battles. Like, we can put him like this here. He looks really good with blue bolts and all that. And we are almost done. We are almost done with Omega Prime because there is one more thing to show off. There is one more thing. And this goes back to the original cartoon. This one more thing goes back to the original cartoon. Sorry, I'm just folding some stuff up here, like as I go. But yeah, the one more thing has to do with the fact that in the original cartoon, as I mentioned, Fortress Maximus was in the show. I mean, I guess he was like, yeah, he was Fortress Maximus, you know, repainted into Brave Maximus for the actual series. I think he was Fortress Maximus in the US, but like it was Brave Maximus in Japan. Like this, like Car Robots is canon to the Japanese G1 canon, incidentally. It's very much you need to squint to understand how it all lines up in canon, but it is canon, and ooh, yeah, again, see what I mean? Like, this guy is just, Like, I touch him and he starts to move. This is the sort of toy you put on a shelf and you don't really play with. Even though he looks really cool. But yeah, there is one more thing to show off, and that is I've only opened 3 of the boxes so far. I've only opened 3 boxes. That is because this 4th has the Matrix sword. This is a replica of Fortress Maximus's sword, because near the end of the series, when Fortress Maximus, when Brave Max showed up, Omega Prime did get to use the sword. Omega Prime did get to use this giant sword that was made for was a part made for a 2-foot tall Transformer. Like, I have a Fortress Maximus. He has the sword. Like, he is a 2-foot tall toy. And yeah, this sword is made for that. So we have this gorgeous Matrix blade right here. We have this gorgeous, gorgeous Matrix blade, and we have the handle. So we can just slap that there. We just need to assemble this, slap that there, slap this there. And I'm curious to see if those will fit in the light box, actually. Do that there. And then, yeah, we just wrap this around. And there, that is the Matrix sword fully assembled. It is very big. It is in fact taller than my light box. The Matrix sword is in fact taller than my light box. I will not be able to pose him standing with the Matrix sword in this light box, but I will be able to show you how it goes on. Actually, can I pop this? Yeah, I can just pop this bit off, and I can show you how this goes on here, because it's got a bunch of extensions here. And these extensions, you can see here that there's a bunch of extensions. It uses these 3 little pegs, like slots there, to grip, so you can see that he can 2-handed sword it. There's enough parts there for him to do that. But I'm just going to pull this off for now, just to showcase this, because it's just a case of you just put this in here. We slot this in along those 3 tabs, like the 3 shells, just like the 3 shells. And then we just close this up. And there he has the sword. And actually, hold up. Yeah, there, he has his sword. And yes, I managed to figure out how I could get this into my thing. And in fact, I'm actually going to do it this way. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make use of the dual wielding. We're going to take this one here. We're going to peg it in down there. And then we're going to come around, and we are going to give him the sword in the other hand too. So we're going to take this one here, wrap that in there. It's just, I don't think I'm quite getting, there we go. It's slotted in. Take that one there. I keep popping this out of the slots. I need to be turning the wrist. And then we can take this here. We can rotate this, I guess, yeah, we can rotate this guy a little bit there. Well, I guess I need to do it this way. I guess that's why they have this in pegs. That way you can adjust this around. Because, yeah, then I'll take this guy here. I'll move this hand in. Peg in the Master Sword here. I'm just trying to line up these slots. There we go. Line up the slots there. Tab in the Master Sword. Just tab it in on this hand now. There we go. Yeah, and there we have it. Yeah, that is a testament to how well built this thing is. He can hold this giant 2-foot sword, and he can still stand under his own power. The ab crunch is sagging a little bit at this point from the weight, but hey, that's why you have a really strong waist joint there, so you can just compensate and bend this back a little bit. Yeah. So there we have Omega Prime there holding this giant sword. Oh, this is popping out. I guess you might not want to necessarily need to peg it into both sides. You just need to make sure it's braced. But yeah, it's not staying into the pegs the greatest, honestly. But I think I think once you've got this on a shelf, though, between like just having it in 2 hands and having it pegged in on just one of the hands, that in itself is going to make a bit of a difference. But yeah, it's even then, look at this here. He is pulling off a JoJo type pose here, and he is standing just fine. But yeah, like you just will need to counterbalance him for the weight of the sword. But like, oh my God, this guy is he is really cool. He is really cool. But just even if I pull out the sword here, even if I pull out the sword, just look at him. Like, he is JoJo posing. He is JoJo posing here, and he is having no trouble holding that JoJo pose. Like, he is a very top heavy. He is very top heavy. There's a lot of weight at his back, but he is having no trouble holding that pose. And I just need to like just do a solid click, click, or even just a solid click, I guess. But yeah, we got this giant. Oh no, I need another click here to get him forward. But just yeah, like these are very solid clicks here for these joints. He is nice and stable. Nice and stable. Everything pegs in as it should. It's a very, very nice toy. Very nice toy. The biggest problem with this figure, honestly, the one problem with this figure is, of course, that assembly, that production defect there with that one part. That is still very much that should never have happened. It should never have reached the point where that production issue happened. And that is absolutely a major black eye on this toy. That means because, yes, it was self-repairable. It was something that I was able to repair, but what if it wasn't? What if there was a pinned joint in there and we weren't able to fix that? Then this toy would have probably gone down in history as being like one of the worst Haslabs, like the worst Haslab ever made. It would have probably marred like any future Haslabs that they try to get funded, because people would have gone, but what about Omega Prime? But see, that's the thing though with this. That yes, he does have that problem, but it's something that once you fix that problem, you end up with a toy. Yeah, the sword is insane. But yeah, once you fix that issue, you end up with a very, very good toy. Like, you cannot doubt that this toy is very good. This toy is incredibly good. Yeah, it is. Like, just look at how hard of a time I'm having standing the original. Like, yeah, it's like I bump it and it falls over. Like, I am just struggling to this. This guy, I have none of those issues there. You can see why this guy merited an upgrade. It's a very legendary mold, but yeah, it is a mold that has a lot of flaws to it. Part of that might be just age. Like, maybe I can tighten up some of these joints, but it's still very limited in terms of the actual posing you can do with this guy. Yeah, it's very limited in terms of the actual posing you can pull off with him. And what else? Interestingly enough, the last time they reissued this guy, I think this was like around 2019, 2020, I can't remember. But Takara did do a full reissue of a 2-pack there. That reissue had to get recalled because it had a whole bunch of like QC issues. So it's almost like the entire character is cursed with the idea of like dubious QC. Like, they screwed up the sound box on the original reissue there, and I think there were some other issues too. But like, they ended up just recalling the entire run rather than fix them, because it just would have cost too much money to actually fix everything. But yeah, there is Omega Prime. There is another Omega Prime, and you can see that this one is absolutely the Primer Prime. It's a very nice figure. Incredibly nice figure here. And that is one thing off of my list of toys to unbox, because yes, that is how insane this is, that we have 27 more things that are separate boxes, and this just counts as one of those. And we've essentially messed with 3 figures over the process of this stream. All right. But that is the main stuff that I was doing tonight for streaming. So let's, yeah. Also, I hope you guys really dug this model there. I had a lot of fun building this little Skybite model. This was, yeah, as I said at the beginning of the stream, this was a case of I was working on a new P&D tuber model anyway. That one is probably going to debut at some point in June. Yeah, I was working on a separate model anyway, and it just so happened to work out with that yeah. It worked out that while I was working on it, I went, oh, hey, what if, yeah, like, what if I did a Skybite thing there for the sake of this stream? Like, the entire layout for this stream, I straight up, like, mimicked the actual, like, box design for car robots with the entire stream design here. Just with the borders and all that stuff. Like, that was an entire, like, choice I was doing here.
Honestly, I might actually take some cues for that. I'm a little tempted to redesign my UI with that in mind and just like just lean into that aspect. I think that could be a lot of fun. I kind of like the way that like the streamlined look that this has. So this might stick around. I might make just a more like unique version of this, but just the idea of styling my UI like a toy box packaging window. I kind of love that idea. So why is it down to 26? It should be 27. Yeah. Toys to unbox should be yeah, that number should be 20. That number is 2. Let's fix that. That should be 27. All right. So anyway, let's go find someone to raid. Let's find someone to raid now. Yeah. And let's see who is going that I'm following. I think Ramses is doing a 12-hour stream. I don't know if he started yet. And he is, yes. Yes, he is doing a 12-hour stream tonight. He's doing the TMNT Cowabunga collection. So we're gonna go raid into him. We're gonna go raid Ramses. So yeah. Thank you all for coming by tonight. I will say June is going to be a fun month because June is going to be what I declared to be Akane Shinjun. So it's going to be the month where I finally start to dig into all of the Shattered Glass Optimus Prime and Akane Shinjun toys that I have been building up for like the last over 6 months. Because I've got like 10 things in that pile I need to open up. Oh my god. And there's another one incoming actually. But yeah, like, oh my god, that's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, thank you everyone who came by. Thank you everyone who came by tonight. This was a lot of fun. And yeah. Now let's just change up the mouth. Let's change the mouth for the end. But yeah, it's going to be Techno signing off. So until next time, everyone. Until next time, I hope you guys all have a fantastic evening.